Hello and welcome everybody to our third global face-to-face fundraising summit. My name is Günther. I'm the CEO of the Austrian Fundraising Association, and I'm around more than 40 years here in the sector, the non-profit sector in the country, but also in international ones. I would like to welcome this really global community to this event. We have participants from the United States, from New Zealand, Chile, Norway, Philippines, or Kenya. Also, this country, this continent is represented, and I'm really proud that we have all you around on this event. Face-to-face fundraising is something I was more or less grew up because it was first invented here in Austria. They first tested, then it begins really to become a global fundraising tool. Today, nonprofits in more than 50 countries rely on face-to-face fundraising in different ways. Everybody's doing it a little bit different. But what we want to do here in Austria with this summit, together with all the actors, all the people who help us organizing this event, is really to share the skills and share the knowledge about face-to-face on a global scale. The corona pandemic has challenged us all in the office, in our private life, in our business, of course, and even more in face-to-face fundraising when it comes down to lockdown situations and hindering us to doing our work. But anyway, it was great that we can see each other also during that time with our first two summits, and to share the experience that people make in the different countries with the technology, of course, also shifting some resources in different ways, developing new techniques in the sector. And especially, I think today we want to have a look, a new loop on the face-to-face industry globally to see what are the upcoming issues for the sector. Together with our partners, we would like to share this knowledge throughout this summit, the third summit. I mentioned this, and if you have time, have a look on the website. You can also see the screens of the first and second global summit as well. But at the end of the day, we would like to meet in person. That was the challenge we started in the site 5 or 6 years ago. And the next year, I hope we can really organize the first international face-to-face congress here in Vienna in person with your participants. Together with the program committee, we have conducted a program for this day, which tackle all the fields of the sector and the challenges worldwide. I think we see a lot of new inspiring issues, which comes from the different countries, the different organizations, the non-profits, but also the agencies helping us in developing our tools. Having said this, I would like to thank also our partners and sponsors. A big thank to our premium sponsors, Formonauts and Evergiving on one hand, but also the other partners and sponsors, Dialogue Direct, the Global Fundraising Group, UK Fundraising, but also HSP, the fundraisers, an agency here in Europe. Last but not least, I would like to thank also our supporters, Double Upsell International, the European Fundraising Association, the Fundraising Magazine as a medium partner, Fundraising Everywhere, of course, and the International Public Fundraising Council, IPFC. Last but not least, I will thank all the speakers to share their times and their knowledge with all of us. I would like to thank the program committee to putting together the program and to moderate and these sessions. And last but not least, Turner PR to helping us rolling out the program on the social media side, and my team on organizing everything. So thank you so much for joining us today, and have an inspiring third Global Face-to-Face Summit.
Thank you, Gunther, and hello, everyone. Welcome to the Face-to-Face conference. And some of you might have been with us this morning. This is our second chunk of it that we do for people who, it was maybe a bit of an early morning or it was the middle of the night earlier. And so here's another chance to come in. We've got fresh live Q&A. We've got more people in the chat box, and we are looking forward to another few hours of chatting all things face-to-face. So let me introduce myself. If you don't know me, my name is Simon Scriber, and I'm delighted to have been asked back for the third year to be chairing this or hosting this event. Unfortunately, and I sound like a bit of a broken record now, don't I? Unfortunately, we are not face-to-face this year. but at least with virtual, we have an opportunity to connect. And I hope long may us continue to connect virtually, because I know not everyone will be able to get to Vienna. But if you are able to get to Vienna, the next year is the year for you. The first face-to-face, cursed face-to-face conference is finally happening. And I will see you there, I hope. So I hope you all will be there. But for today, let's just focus on the virtual side. And we've got a great lineup for you. I can see lots of people already in the chat box, and I'm going to say hello to a few of those. I did see someone from Macedonia, which is great. Someone from South Africa. We've got some Germans, Italians, obviously people in Austria, some Swedes, and some fellow Irish people. I am speaking to you from, I was going to say sunny Dublin, Ireland, but it's actually raining outside, as always. But we've got people from all over the world. So I'm very, very happy to have you all with me. If you haven't tried out the chat box yet, please do say hello and let us know where you're coming from. Remember, do use that chat box throughout the day. It'll be where you can ask questions to any of our speakers. They will be coming on live. Some of the speakers will be in the chat box and we'll be able to actually speak to you there. But also some of the best answers we had this morning, or some of the best observations we had, were in the chat box. So it's not just questions to the speakers. We have, I think, over 700, I think was the latest figure, over 700 people registered for this event. So there are plenty of face-to-faces around the world in that chat box. So do say hello to them. Do talk and connect to each other. Do feel free to share your LinkedIns or Twitters or whatever you want to do. Let's connect with each other, because, you know, in fundraising and in face-to-face fundraising, some of the best learnings come from each other. In fact, I would say all of the learnings come from each other. Oh, Cindy from Hong Kong. Hello, Cindy. I grew up in Hong Kong, which is why I'm an Irishman without an Irish accent. So it's lovely to see someone from Hong Kong, someone from Chile. We've got someone in Paris. Oh my goodness, we've got a great mix here. This is great. Okay. So what do I have to say? A couple of housekeeping bits. Firstly, if you have any technical Hi, I'm sorry about that. So that was, I'm hoping you can hear me now. When I said switch it on and switch it off and switch it on again, I did not mean my own computer to just switch off. Perhaps the voice activation is going when it shouldn't have been. So I'm sorry about that. See, this is now you know I'm live because things go wrong. Anyway, we're back. So like I was saying before I got so rudely interrupted by technology, if you do have any technical issues like me, just refresh your page and that sorts out most things. If it doesn't, you'll see a little link under the chat box where we'll give you even more help, or reach out to the team at Everywhere Plus. That's the virtual event platform you're on today. Reach out to the team at Everywhere Plus, and they will certainly help you get sorted out. What else do I need to say? I obviously need to thank our sponsors, especially Formulots and where are we? And Evergiving, who are the premium sponsors, and all of the partners today for making this possible. And you know, thanks to all of the people who organize this conference. You know, I'm just privileged to be speaking or chairing it today, but the people who organize this conference and make it happen, I think it's really, really important. Face-to-face around the world, I don't think gets enough attention. It doesn't get enough talking about it at conferences around the world. So I love this summit as an opportunity for all of us face-to-faces, or recovering face-to-faces like myself, to come together and share some knowledge. So that's what we're doing today. So I am here with you all day, but I'm going to try and keep my talking to a minimum because we want to hear from some of the experts. But I will be in the chat box with all of you, so do feel free to say hello, and I will be back after each session to speak to some of the speakers and answer some of your questions. But let's get straight onto it. We're going to get into our first session now. Our first session is a global overview. And I love this. This is my little annual check-in just to see how face-to-face is behaving and performing around the world. Obviously, so much has changed and continues to change. So much is going on in the world. It's great to check in with some of these people who oversee different countries around the world. So chairing this session is Mr. Daryl Opsall, who I think needs no introduction in the face-to-face world. We all know Daryl. Daryl will be doing a wonderful job of chairing this session, I'm sure. And joining him, we've got Blanca Ramos, who's speaking to us from Malaysia, who works for UNICEF, Juan Edelstein, who's in Spain, Sherry Bell, who's in the USA, and Peter Hills-Jones, who is in Australia. So truly global. And like I said, all these people in the chat box, someone from Indonesia has just joined us. Truly global event. But I will let each of these speakers introduce themselves, and we're going to head straight on over to Daryl now, and I will see you on the other side of this session. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the third Global Face-to-Face Summit in virtual form. We're so excited about next year when we'll be live and in person. I'm Daryl Upsall. I'm the president of Daryl Upsall International. I've been in fundraising some 38 years, and I've been around fundraising using face-to-face since the very earliest days with Greenpeace in Austria. This session, session one of the day, is a global overview of where we are in face-to-face. Obviously, it's been a challenging few years for face-to-face in many different ways and in different ways around the world. Now we've got through COVID, we hope, fingers crossed, as we enter the northern winter. Let's see where we are in the world today. Let's see how the market has evolved and changed. And to help us with that, we've got an amazing panel from around the world covering face-to-face in different continents, different contexts. And I would really like to have the panel introduce themselves, if you don't mind, before we move on with having a discussion. So, Blanca, may we start with you?
Yes, thank you, Daryl. Hello, my name is Blanca Perez, and I'm currently Chief Private Sector Fundraising and Partnerships for UNICEF in Malaysia.
Thank you. Sherry.
Hi, my name is Sherry Bell. Thanks for having me. I am CEO of Grow Fundraising and Consulting, and also the president of the board of the directors for the PFFA in the US.
Thanks a lot, Sherry. Juan.
Hi, my name is Juan Edelstein, and I work in international fundraising, and I'm the director in Spain, Mexico, Peru, and Panama.
Thanks, Juan. And Peter, all the way from down under.
Yeah, good day. Nice to meet everyone today. My name is Peter Hills-Jones. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Fundraising Regulatory Association in Australia, and was also CEO of the PFA in the UK for many years.
Thanks, everyone. So let's kick off. What is the overall current situation of face-to-face around the world for your organizations or for your market? Let's kick off by hearing about the USA. Sherry.
Okay, thank you. So the US, just to kind of get us up to speed, all programs that existed prior to the pandemic have relaunched. And this happened by about spring 2021. So we've been up and running for quite a bit of time. But honestly, the bulk of programs relaunched in 2020, summer as soon as May and June, and then also in the fall. So there were just a few hangover programs in the spring of 2021. So this did vary a little bit by region. So in the States, we had state and municipal requirements and restrictions. So some programs did ebb and flow around that. But most of all, the channel was full steam ahead, except for a few pauses due to surges. So that's kind of where we are right now in this really robust growth spurt that's been really exciting, where we've seen a lot of nonprofits enter the face-to-face space, and a lot of new agencies that have sprouted out of COVID or during COVID, which was not expected. So all trends point upward at this point in the US.
That's great to hear. Juan, how's the situation in Spain and the Latin American countries you're operating in currently?
It has been completely different in every country. Each country has its own specifics, and it has been growing in different levels. In Spain, as Sherry said, we were up and running in the middle of 2020, but in Mexico, in Peru, it took longer to have all the restrictions removed. Currently, we're running okay in all countries with different levels of success. Some countries were surpassing the numbers we had before the pandemic, and in some others we are, I don't know, maybe at 20% of what we did before the pandemic. So it's completely different. It varies a lot, but most of the countries are wide open, and the future seems pretty bright for us.
That's great to hear. Blanca, you've got the broadest portfolio of just about anybody in the world in face-to-face fundraising, I think. You're in the most countries than more than anybody else. So give us the overview from where you're sitting.
Yeah, so overall for UNICEF, although face-to-face is back open in all countries, I believe, the volume has not gone up yet to what it was previous globally. And before the pandemic, it represented around 60% of our global acquisition. And now it's around 42%, I believe, for 2021. So we are still not there. Other channels have arose, although we are over acquisition from the previous period. So last year we brought in more donors globally than before the pandemic, but not through face-to-face still, right? But the situation looks good. In Asia specifically, it's been a bit longer, the thing, because of the extended lockdowns. They were, at the start, it was a bit slower, the closures, but then it went on, and last year still we had some serious lockdowns, especially in Malaysia and other countries around, so that affected a lot the acquisition through face-to-face. We are not back and running, but I believe also in the region there's still a lot of fear for COVID, so it's a bit slower than we thought, but it looks nice, it looks good. People are back in the streets, the shopping malls are open, and the countries are finally open to tourism, because it was closed just up to March this year, May. Some are still just opening now. So yeah, it looks good. The future looks good, but it's I believe in Asia it's been a bit slower than the rest of the world.
Yeah, thanks for that, Blanca. Peter, Australia had a challenging time pre-COVID. How has it come out of COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, in 2019, so our pre-COVID full year, face-to-face delivered around 330,000 donors to our members. So certainly we were heading in the right direction before COVID. Australia had some of the earliest, hardest and longest lockdowns of anywhere in the world, particularly here in Victoria. And I'll talk a bit more about the different federal structure here in Australia and how that's affected face-to-face during the pandemic and how it's affecting our recovery. We dropped to around about 180,000 in 2020. We saw a partial recovery in 21 to around 220,000 donors, and our early modelling from our members would suggest that we're probably going to be heading back to around 250, 260, 100,000 donors this year. I think we've got some structural issues within the marketplace here, primarily around recruitment, which I know we'll probably get onto in some of the later questions as well. But yeah, certainly the recovery has been sporadic. I think the good news from feedback from our members has certainly been that those pledges who are coming back via face-to-face, they're performing very well. And there have been a number of charities in the last 6 to 9 months who have had some of their best figures ever as well. So for those charities that maintained a really good relationship with their agencies during that very long down period and actually spent that time restructuring and refocusing their campaigns, came back into the market stronger and took advantage, it must be said, of some hesitancy from some charities to move back into face-to-face when the lockdowns ended. So it's a really mixed picture. So some good news in there, but still a fair way to go, I would say.
It's interesting what you say there, Peter, about some organizations have benefited almost from it. And I guess that leads to my next question. COVID was obviously a big hit for the sector as a whole, especially face-to-face. But in many ways, what I saw from our previous conversations in the previous conferences, there was enormous creativity and learning. And I would like to hear from each of you, if you don't mind, what has been learned and what in what ways have you, in a way, almost benefited from the learnings that COVID forced upon us? Juan, what's changed in terms of the way you operate, for example?
I think that many organizations, agencies, we were like very comfortable in what we had, and we did not improve constantly. We were not as lean as a company as we should have been, and this helped us in many ways. We changed in all different areas. We became more efficient. We became more chameleonic, if I can say that. Now, if there's a lockdown, we do phone calls. If there are no private sites, we go to the streets. So we are constantly on our toes, waiting for something to change, and we're ready to adapt. Before, adaptation was really hard for us. Now adaptation comes as a given. We're used to it. We're waiting for it. So I think it helped us in that way. We are much more efficient. We are maximizing the use of our resources. So I think we have become better as a sector after the pandemic, because we are more competitive than we used to be.
Thanks, Juan. Peter, you mentioned, in fact, those organizations that built better relationships with their agencies as one of the outcomes. And certainly that's something I've been picking up from around the world. What other changes like that did you experience in Australia, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think one of the other major issues was charities developing better relationships, but also deeper relationships. So investing in technology, there's a lot of work going on here in Australia with between charities and agencies to develop better real-time monitoring of fundraising teams. So a number of charities now are able to monitor the performance of their teams in the field. They can see through geolocation tracking exactly where they are. They can be cross-referencing that against demographic data that sits underneath the areas that they're going into. Here in Australia, I think it's fair to say that the recovery has been driven primarily by door-to-door fundraising and private site fundraising. Street fundraising is lagging quite a fair way behind those two at the moment. I think it's going to take a while for that to come back. But some of that technological innovation has been really positive, so that charities are understanding where their donors are coming from, and agencies have a better understanding that they need to be improving their reporting on the performance of those campaigns.
Exciting news. I mean, Blanca, UNICEF is renowned for being at the forefront of innovation in many areas of fundraising. And I'm sure you innovated and learned a great deal during the lockdown and post-lockdown for the last couple of years almost as well. Tell me a little bit about how you've adapted, changed, learned from this period.
Yeah, well, as I heard Juan and Peter and I so much feel related to that. It was a big hit for all of us. No, we all depended a lot in face-to-face, and we also love face-to-face, the streets, the power of the speaking to someone, right? So it was very hard for all of us to try to adapt. And I was listening to Juan and trying to start with calls. So we all started, I think, a bit in the same way, like trying to adapt and change and like move into telemarketing. But as we all know, that was a big challenge, because the profile of a phaser and a telemarketer is not exactly the same, right? The phasers live off being together and having fun and being there, right? And putting them to call, it was very hard for them alone in their homes while everything was happening to us too as people, right? So the phasers were also suffering. Everyone was suffering a lot. So we did convert. We did try telemarketing. I think I haven't heard of a super successful office that did this, but we all did, and we saved it. No. I wanted to highlight again what Peter was saying about the importance of the relationship with the agencies, because this was crucial for us, right? Having agencies as real partners. I lived the first of the pandemic in Chile, and we have some very close partners as agencies that, and we work together towards moving to new ways of doing this. And it was super relevant to trust each other and to really look for solutions together, not leave it only to them, or not being alone. And this also highlighted the eternal kind of risk of having an in-house versus having an agency. In-house teams were hard to manage too, because of course it was the same with the agencies, right? You don't what do you do with them? You don't have the technology in-house to develop the call, so we all had to depend. So we were not prepared. That's basically it. But I think we have learned a lot. The good thing is, at least for us in UNICEF and specifically in the offices I work, diversification has come finally. After years of trying, diversification hit us, and we finally managed to have other successful channels, although face-to-face will remain one of the biggest ones in the future, I hope. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Sherry, the US was, if you don't mind me saying, kind of late to the party in face-to-face. But as in many kind of situations, that means you're not carrying all the heavy backlog of history, and you can start with a cleaner slate, as it were. How did the US market kind of bounce out and learn from the experience with relatively new players, I'd imagine?
Well, I think we could probably do a whole segment just on that in my mind, but I won't. So I think, I believe Juan and Blanca both touched on this, but we were all going through these challenges professionally and personally, which kind of compounded the process of going through it. I agree with what's already been said, and I won't belabor it, that reliable partnerships are important. But in the US, I think we also learned that it's important to have those partnerships, but it's also important to consider those things in contractual agreements, all of the what if scenarios. And, what in the US, perhaps like other countries, it was, kind of the CDC and on the federal level and the state level and all this guidance and restriction coming at that was very divided in the US. So I think we learned how to kind of sift through that. I remember sift through that and kind of document it, right, with processes. Like, if this happens, this is what we do. Your insurance doesn't cover it, so now everyone's got new insurance and these types of things. But Daryl, I remember one thing specifically at the first Global Summit. One of the questions was, is face-to-face going to survive? And I think what we learned from this is kind of what some of us already knew. Face-to-face will always find a way, right? And it will be through the craziest tests. We're going to put the fundraisers on the phone. We're going to do all these things, but it will survive because it's an industry chock full of fundraisers. And on the agency side, entrepreneurs that just will not settle for anything less than success. So I think coming through it, what we've learned is, at least for me, and what I try to instill is a sense of confidence in the channel. It will adapt, it will evolve. And just to follow that up and just support that, we need to build that into processes and eventualities that may come if there's another pandemic, or who knows what else could happen here in the US. I mean, it is kind of a crazy time for us. So, at the end of the day, I think that everything everyone said, I would echo that. Going last is difficult on a question like this, but I think also documenting that and kind of writing that into the contract. So there's no question for how do we support our fundraisers. There's already a process in place of what if. So that's all I would add to round that out.
Thanks a lot, Sherry. That's a very interesting thought you've just brought to the forefront. Is face-to-face encourages entrepreneurialism, and it really does. And in fact, maybe what you were getting to earlier was we'd actually got a bit used to business as usual and ceased to be quite as creative and entrepreneurial as we needed to. And this was the jolt that we needed again, to be creative, entrepreneurial, smart, business-like, because we're moving a lot of money, a lot of people, a lot of resources. And if we're not doing that in a very business-like, entrepreneurial and creative way, we're letting down our donors at the end of the day, and at the end, failing in our mission. And that raises an interesting challenge as well, because right now, what are the residual challenges? We're talking in Europe, certainly at least, of cost of living crisis caused by Ukraine and so forth, and other issues. Huge competition for human resources across all sectors. Coming back to you, Sherry, what are the residual challenges that US agencies and nonprofits are facing?
I believe Peter alluded to this earlier. It is the cost to hire, train, and retain staff. This has been felt in all aspects of the recruiting pipeline, outside of face-to-face, but specifically focusing on face-to-face. It's everything from ad placement to, you have the COVID issues of where fundraisers report and how. Is it an office space? Is it in the park? There's just every single piece of the recruiting pipeline in face-to-face has been impacted by the pandemic. And other factors that are happening in the world, whether it's Ukraine or in the US, there's a lot of, depending on where you live, there's a lot of different things going on with minimum wages and this type of stuff. And I think that, with these challenges, that's probably the biggest, impact right now in the face-to-face space. As we were talking about earlier, pre-COVID, the face-to-face industry in the US was looking to breach or break that 500,000 donor mark in 2021 or 2020 or 2021. And, we all got set back and we're all moving back towards that. But that is an amazing amount of fundraisers to be able to accomplish that. So it's not just the cost, it's also the ability for internal and in the US, mostly agencies to figure out how to replace that resource, which is not just financial and staff, but it's years and years of experience, which I think anyone would argue, if you could pay and get that experience back on the team you had pre-COVID, it would be much easier to grow. But most people are starting with somewhat of a newer team, and in face-to-face, that's just not something you can read a book and do. No. So I think that, and I think also, it's not just recruiting staff, but it's also in the US. It's always been somewhat of a bit of a market where there's very little, not very little, it's a lot, but smaller budgets and smaller amounts of charities doing face-to-face and a lot of agencies. So for the first time, we have a surge of nonprofits, charities doing face-to-face in the US. And from a PFFA perspective, new members just coming on at a pace we've never seen, which is exciting, except that's also happening at a time when the agencies are trying to rebuild. So for the first time, it's kind of this market where, wow, now there's all this budget. Where's the capacity? And I think that's kind of, it's a good problem to have, but that does push some shifts in the market and how people negotiate and prioritize clients and things that the US has been a little bit insulated to up to this point. I'm sure other countries have had lots of experience with that and shifting those things around. So I think the US is really trying to settle in for us in particular and figure out, okay, what does that look like? What does it mean? And what should we be doing now to kind of get ahead of that and not just focus on the fact that, the geography in the US makes it really easy to grow and expand and focus more on how we might do that in a sustainable way.
Thank you. And Peter, one of the challenges, apart from, as you mentioned earlier, the challenge of recruiting staff, bringing new people into the teams and so forth, in Australia, you had quite a challenge in terms of public relations and the profile and the image of face-to-face, which I don't know whether that's now been kind of forgotten as we've moved through other crises, but are there any special, uniquely Australian challenges you think you're facing, and any restrictions, for example, in legislation? Or?
Yeah, I think there's a few things which I'll touch on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously there was that would have been over 5 years ago. I think there was a fairly major, fairly negative media story. I think the sector has changed hugely since in the last 5 years, and I don't just mean during COVID. I think there was a long-term process. The major situation within the labour market was a wholesale shift away from independent contractors to employed staff, which was a very big change here in Australia. The majority of staff were independent contractors. That led to a number of very high-performing independent contractors moving out of the face-to-face market because they were able to earn more money as an independent contractor working in other markets. So we were faced with a recruitment issue even before the pandemic, and I won't repeat the point, it's pretty self-evident, but the approach of the Australian government was, on the one hand, very generous in terms of the JobKeeper, was very generous. For some of the supply chains, it meant that was fantastic, because it meant they were able to survive through the pandemic, actually come back stronger. The cash position was actually stronger as we came out, which was good. The downside was that the JobKeeper was not available to a number of people on particular visas, which meant we have had a huge labour exodus as people were forced to leave the country because they weren't being provided with any financial support from the state. So we are looking at some positive changes coming through. So the new trade deal between Australia and Britain will be removing one of the main barriers for British working holiday visas to come to Australia, which is that you need to work for at least a year doing pretty hard backbreaking agricultural labour before you can get your extra third year. That's been removed. Hasn't been implemented yet, but when that is actually implemented, we will be anticipating, hopefully, as the Northern Hemisphere enters its winter, that many people will want to come down and enjoy the fantastic environment down here in Australia. So if anyone's on the call today and fancies a trip down under, then we would definitely encourage that. So I think there are some positive changes in the mix. The other thing I would say, that particularly within Australia, is that the different state by state approaches presented some very, very difficult challenges. So we had our internal borders actually shut. So the border between, say, New South Wales and Queensland was actually completely shut. Which coming from the UK, certainly I found pretty surprising. And that led to the inability of agencies and charities to actually move their teams around effectively and manage some of those lockdowns. And in particular, Victoria, which had the hardest and longest lockdowns, we are way below our kind of potential capacity in terms of face-to-face fundraising, because it's just very hard to get people to relocate back here after they've already left and up their lives and move to other parts of the country as well. So yeah, a couple of unique things that are within here in Australia. It's a relatively small population, around 26 million people in a country that's in a country that's basically the same size as the US. So it's very geographically spread, but then concentrated in a very, very small number of urban areas, obviously. So yeah, we're positive that we can get our recruitment back up, but I think initially we were hoping it would be a 2-year recovery. I think we're now looking more realistically, it's probably going to be 3 to 5 years in terms of getting back to where we were before, I think.
Thanks, Peter. And Juan, I know often we've had conversations about our biggest competitor is actually the electricity, the gas, and the credit card companies, not anything else. And has that changed? Or is that still a challenge when it comes to recruiting staff for face-to-face in Spain?
It's a challenge everywhere, and in Latin America maybe less. There aren't so many competitors in other areas like banks or gas companies. But here in Spain, it's terrible. They are our biggest competitors. They have very deep pockets, and it's difficult to match what they are offering. To see it on the positive side, I think that people before the pandemic, at least the fundraisers we are looking for, were more economically driven. They were always looking for more money, for more commission, etc. And now we see people changing their preferences. And we're looking for people that look for shorter hours, for a short week, maybe to work 3 days or just on the weekend. And other competitors don't offer that. And we are willing to offer that, willing to search for people that are with the cause in their hearts and looking for money also. It's impossible to have a fundraiser that's not economically driven, at least a successful one. They always want to have their commission, they want to earn good money. So it's a mixture. So I think on the positive side, we can see that people have changed their perspective, and now money is not everything. They looking for more comfortable jobs, not to travel that far, to commute less. And I think that we're more flexible in that perspective than other competitors. So even though recruiting is really hard right now, really, really hard everywhere, we can see that as a positive thing. We're adaptive. We offer some, I don't know if this word exists in English, but I'm going to say it. So intangible things that you can touch. Yeah, great.
Intangible benefits.
Intangible benefits that can get us some people that others can get. So I don't know. I'm optimistic about it, and recruiting is hard, but we'll turn it around.
Thanks, Juan. And maybe now looking at the kind of other side of the equation, we've talked a lot about the agencies, the non-profits, the recruiters. Has anything changed specifically amongst the donors? Are we seeing a different gender balance, different age? Are we looking for older donors or finding older donors? Has anything changed? And again, going back to you, Juan, in the countries you're in, are there any changes in profile or expectations from the clients of changes in profile?
In profiles, we haven't seen many differences, although we're trying to change the profile. We're working hard on getting older donors, and I don't know if everybody knows this, but in Latin America, the payment method is very important. You need to get credit cards, not debit cards, not bank accounts. So we're trying hard to get that profile donor, but it hasn't changed that much. It is more difficult to get donors, as you mentioned earlier, or Sherry. The situation around the world is interesting, at least. So we are post-pandemic. There's this important war. There's an incredible inflation in most of the countries. So getting donors is difficult. Even if people are not economically hit, the situation or the feeling they see in the atmosphere makes them more difficult to donate. So they check the money. They are more cautious with that. But we're getting donors, and we're switching the profile, but on purpose, not as a thing after the post-pandemic. I don't see that in any country we're working in.
Blanca, I missed you last time, and I want to bring you in again early now, I think. In terms of UNICEF, you have the biggest, again, spread of fundraising operations around the world. Are you seeing any changes? You know, in Asia, typically, I think donors were much younger than, say, North Europe or North America. Has anything changed in that process?
Not necessarily in the profile of donors that we are bringing in. Still same profile, but I would say that exactly what Juan was saying. What we noticed, and I've discussed this with my colleagues in the region too, is that the economical situation after the pandemic and so has hit us now and not at the beginning. So it was not so much in 2020, but since half 2021 and and during 2022, we are really seeing an impact in the average donation and things like that. Not very bad, but it's the first years that we are not growing the average donation for a long time, because of we believe it's the economical situation, not that much that Malaysia specifically is badly hit. It's more the general fear of what's going to happen or how are things going. So, because then we do upgrade campaigns and they work as good as always. So it's more of the first donation. It's a bit harder to get it, and as much as we want to push the agencies and the in general, it's not working as well as it used to. So yeah, that I would say is the only change we've noticed in the donors side.
Anything on retention, Blanca? I mean, any changes in terms of retention patterns, and that will open up to everybody on that one as well.
No, not really. In general, of course, we've in Malaysia we've seen some changes, but it's more because of the diversification of channels. But if I look channel by channel, there's not big changes in face-to-face. It's pretty good retention channel for our market. and it's still the same. It's harder to get donors, and again, as all were saying, what we are suffering more is to find facers more than the donors. But once the donors come in, they behave very similar to how they used to before. Yeah.
Peter, I recall you and me at a conference that you organised in the UK some years ago now. I can't remember how long back. And the big debate of that conference was retention, because attrition rates were going through the roof. Are you seeing any changes in Australia with retention, attrition rates, whatever?
Yeah, I think we're seeing there are some differences, I would say, in Australia, but it is sporadic across the membership. Kind of looping back to what I was saying before, I think for those charities and agencies that spent the downtime really refining their campaigns, I think they've come back to market with they've been able to get slightly younger donors. Now, a big part of that is that older people are generally still fairly reluctant, or more reluctant than they were to be out and about in public in large areas and large crowds than they were before. I think we're starting to see some of those campaigns, the gift amounts slightly higher than they were before. The kind of demographic that we're targeting, that if you are able to keep your job during the pandemic, yes, the cost of living is definitely going up here as well, same as everywhere. But the retention for some of the campaigns has been extremely good. So the campaigns are actually performing better than they were pre-COVID. So whether or not that is a long-term change that can be sustained over the course of 4, 5, 6 years, obviously the data will tell us. But overall, I think there's some very positive signs within the market here that charities that have had a real focus on quality and really focused on what a quality donor looks like to us, and not just relying on what an agency tells them as a quality donor for them. So if you're combining a strong charity brand with a relentless focus on quality, and they've been able to maintain a stable workforce, those charities are doing exceptionally well.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Sherry, I mean, you mentioned earlier, the USA is geographically so broad and diverse. And are you seeing any changes, either in geography or even diversity? Are different communities in the US becoming attracted face-to-face, or is it business as usual again there, or what's happening?
Well, so that's
a lot. That's quite loaded.
Well, yeah. So I think pre-COVID, the PFFA has always tracked how many states and cities the face-to-face was active in. And face-to-face is definitely active in more areas where agencies have tried to move into medium and smaller markets, because the hiring situation is different in those markets, because it's governed by state and local municipal laws. So agencies have been really creative in spreading out into places in Iowa and places that, perhaps were not big ones on the map before. The great thing is, generally speaking, I don't have a specific data set, but generally speaking, as I understand it, those smaller markets have higher pledge per day rates because they've not seen face-to-face, right? This is something that's new and kind of exciting and engaging. And I think that could be a good thing. So I think it is spread out geographically. Face-to-face has grown into more places with probably smaller teams. As far as the donors go, we've not had a market update since our spring work group. At that time, we were looking at donors acquired at or after COVID. We were looking at about 1.5 years of data. And the US did experience pretty much across the board a COVID glow, where donors were retaining a little bit better, giving a little bit higher average gift. And that seemed to be, in the spring, as reported to us by Integral, had kind of settled back down. And we're hoping to get another update at our work group here in the fall, because then we'll have 2 full years of where all the donors have 24 months on file, and we can really kind of identify that. But as far as what I've seen, the average gift, the average age, those things have pretty much stayed the same. I would argue, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I think that part of, learning how to handle whatever comes to us in the future is learning how to think a little more disruptively in our own heads, and not just go along with what we've learned, because some of those lessons were learned 15 years ago in a market that was still doing paper forms at the time. So, you know, it's the impact, the cause, what really is that quality donor, as you guys are talking about. And I think in the US, hopefully what we'll see in the new year is maybe a purposeful change in the donor demographics to kind of retest now that we've got back end processes and retention strategies and those things in place, which was not the case 15 years ago. So
it's all good to hear. I have to say, things are happening. No glum faces here on the face-to-face panel. And on that note, you know, we're coming towards the end. What do you see the future? Are we looking at growth in quality, growth in numbers? Are there some new challenges? How optimistic are you? Juan, starting with you.
I am very optimistic, and I share Sherry's perspective. Face-to-face will be here forever. It will never stop. We're people. We need to talk to other people. We need to be on the streets. We need to communicate. We need to see a friendly face, and we're specialized in that. We get the best fundraisers, people who are very happy, people who transmit a lot, who transmit all the causes we represent. So I think this is a good time for us moving forward. As I said at the beginning, we have countries where things are very difficult, and I don't know what the future will be, but those are like very specific with other situations, political, economical, and we don't know how that will develop. But in most of the countries we're in, things look pretty great. And I think that the end of 2022 will be great, and 2023 will be an excellent year for all of us. I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Right, thank you. Peter, do you share Juan's optimism?
I do. I mean, I think the face-to-face market here in Australia and in many other countries will be a little bit smaller than it has been historically. I think it's going to take a long time for us to get, you know, the fundraising numbers up. However, what I'm seeing and what I'm hoping will continue as a trend is that we're going to have a smaller, potentially a smaller number of better skilled, more motivated fundraisers engaging with donors who stay for longer. That there's some evidence within the data. I think we will have to wait and see if it's a long-term trend that is happening. But yeah, no, overall, I would say we're becoming a more data-driven sector, which I think is really good. I'd love to see more collaboration. These kinds of events are fantastic. More collaboration, more cross-country learning, but also more open book sharing of data. If we could put together like the global face-to-face report each year that showed the global trends and had some really interesting background data for people to use. I think there's a huge area for continued expansion. But I think if you look at many of the areas around, say, for instance, privacy, consent, privacy by design, the long-term impact of GDPR in the EU and the overall move towards similar systems in other countries, is that face-to-face will become more attractive in the wake of governments and corporations making different changes around how individuals are consenting to be contacted. So, a lot of charities, and as Sherry said in the US, and it's the same here in Australia and has been in the UK, when charities have made decisions around their fundraising that haven't worked out, what have they turned to in order to rebuild their donor base? It's been face-to-face fundraising. So, when done well, face-to-face still remains one of the most effective forms of fundraising, and that's a fundamental that I don't think COVID has changed. Now, what we do with that potential moving forward is the really interesting point, I think.
Good question. Sherry, briefly, how do you feel about the future?
I am optimistic, and briefly, I think that that optimism is kind of sits on the understanding that as an industry, we need to look at our challenges as opportunities. And so many of the stories and so many of the things, I know we all think the same. Every country is different, but our experiences and how we've kind of come back from that is the same. I think the future of face-to-face fundraising, at least in the US and probably internationally, is going to come down to some real innovation and getting out of our comfortable space of knowing that we can fall back on face-to-face and it's going to rebuild that donor base, and really thinking not just different ways to do face-to-face. We've done airports and malls and streets and door and all this stuff, but different products within face-to-face. And there are some individuals working and innovating to that end. So that's what I think. I'm optimistic, but I think we really need to challenge ourselves, hold our feet to the fire, and really think of how we can do things, continue to do things better and differently in the future.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm leaving the last word to you, Blanca. How do you feel about the future? It's a big world out there.
Yeah, no, I feel very optimistic. I share the optimism. I think the power of talking to someone in the eye still cannot be challenged, and I do think we will come back to the volumes we were bringing. But I also think one of the positive things that has happened with this is that thanks to this diversification to other channels, the burden of volume is off face-to-face completely, that it was what it was. So maybe it's an opportunity for us to focus more on not only on the quality, but as Sher was saying, to really see how can we evolve face-to-face with the learnings of what has happened now, and not go back to normal, but really look into ways of doing this in more sustainable and integrated ways with other channels too. So if anything has to happen, we are more prepared, because if we go back to normal, we will go back again to be at risk if anything like this has to happen again, but let's hope it won't. But still, let's take that learning and do things in more innovative and integrated ways, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, panel. I've been hearing be bold, be brave, be innovative, be there. And with that, I wish you every success in all of your work. Thank you for participating in this panel, and let's move on. Look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Hi, Sherry. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And thank you, everybody out there in the audience from around the world, for joining this this session and this afternoon show. We've got some great questions. And firstly, I must say the other members of the panel did an epic job this morning, but because of time zones in Australia, Malaysia, and Spain, they couldn't join us, but we have Sherry ready to answer any of your questions. So we've collated a few over the course of the discussion. So let's kick off with a big one. Sherry, what do you think we've learned from what happened with COVID to help us prepare for the next crisis, whatever that may be?
I think, this kind of going back to a couple of things that the panelists had shared throughout conversations and weaving those together. I think what we've learned is that we still have a lot to learn. We got really good at what we did in our comfortable space, but I'm going to go back to kind of what myself and Blanca said at the end, and that it's really important that we don't get comfortable and go back to normal, because normal is going to land us in the same situation. It's about rebuilding on what we know, but then constantly dedicating time and energy and resources to what Blanca said was coming up with sustainable and integrated ways to continue to better face-to-face. And I think that's what we've learned. That's what we should have learned, I hope. And that kind of is the way forward, I think, for all of us in the future.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think face-to-face is necessarily nuclear proof, but let's see what Mr. Putin decided to the next debate. One of the questions that keeps coming back, and I know we addressed it a great deal in the session earlier, is what can we do to improve the loyalty of face-to-face fundraisers? And we've had questions here from Daniel, with questions from Elena, and this morning as well, many, many more. What can we do to improve loyalty, and especially maybe for those working for an external agency?
I think the reality of the situation is that especially fundraisers working for an external agency, typically they have worked on more than one campaign. And the reality of the situation is some campaigns are easier to fundraise than others. So there's going to inherently be a likability by the fundraisers if they get more action or if they get more signups, and because that translates into them feeling like they're doing good. So I think number one is always looking at the offering, the positioning of it in the market and the ask, and seeing how you as the charity can help facilitate that is first and foremost. But I think some other things that I would say is, the idea of a donor journey has taken so long to take off and adapt here in the US. I've been saying this for years, and I think I'm not the only one. There needs to be a fundraiser journey. The exact same things that every single person on this call want in their professional life is the exact same thing a face-to-face fundraiser wants to stay in the position they're in. So yes, their unique ability to face-to-face fundraise is probably because, stereotypically they're young and they're excited to make a difference. Yeah. But there are many people, myself included, who found a real home in that. And the only reason I'm still in the space is because someone carved out paths for me. And that means pay and benefits and 401k and all the things you need to build the life that anyone would want. So the fundraiser journey, I think, is really important. Keeping fundraisers engaged on a day-to-day or a regular basis is the monthly, like brown bags, having people from the field share stories back with fundraisers about their experience and what they're doing. That has always been most successful in my experience. Going out and visiting the teams. I know some nonprofits spend a lot of time with their agencies and some do not. I would say if you do not, that is a huge missed opportunity, because the fundraisers love the cause and they love the work that's done in the field, but they will also love you. So spend time with them. I think consistent feedback, positive and negative. So often we only report when there's a complaint. I think it's really important to make that feedback loop 360 with positive and negative stuff on a regular basis. Mystery shopping cannot be understated. And although I totally get logistically that that's difficult to do and expensive, it's critical. So regardless of what the frequency of that is, that mystery shopping loop kind of allows you to visit teams and check quality and messaging. And the other thing I would say is bonuses, contests, we all know that, and travel trips. The biggest challenge that we're getting in the US with the clients I have is the agencies wanting to get back to travel trips, right? Where they put out a contest, the fundraiser that does the best in 6 months goes to see X country to see work in the field. These things are exciting, but COVID has made that really difficult. So I think what I would encourage people is to understand from a fundraiser's perspective or a team leader's perspective, that is a wonderful thing to work towards. So not saying, yes, for sure we can do that, but not saying definitely no. Working towards a place where somehow you can integrate that direct contact of the fundraiser seeing their work in action in the field. Those are things I would say. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Daryl, but that's kind of...
Wow, that's probably the biggest list I've ever heard. And I hope somebody's noting that. And the good thing is this is recorded, because that's really, really good. And I think some of those are probably quite new to some people. And for me, the concept of the fundraiser journey is a brilliant one. Funny enough, I'm speaking in Bratislava at the conference of the CE in a few weeks' time, and it's about fundraiser burnout and how we don't deal with fundraiser retention, yet we're looking at donor retention, and it's two sides of the same coin. So thanks a lot for that, Sherry. Really appreciate that. Another question that's actually been brought up a couple of times is, okay, is it a crisis? Not a crisis, but the current political economic situation can be impacting upon our fundraising across all channels, I have to say. Any sense, and I guess the US probably feels more distance than Europe, but are you getting any sense from the question from Matthias that's popped up? The actual political economic situation will affect results? Less signups, lower average gift, whatever?
So, my magic 8 ball, we all had those when we were little, says the future is unclear. But I think it kind of, but if you take a step back and don't look at specific programs and you just look at face-to-face holistically in the US, and I'm sure in other places, the people that have disposable income in the demographic group we're targeting still have that. So it's kind of like the Great Resignation we experienced in the US, and I know other countries did around the world, impacted people under 30, but the donors we're targeting are over 30. So it really, in my opinion, it hasn't made that much of an impact because the people we're targeting and the people we're hiring to target those people are two different groups. So in different ways. And we just haven't seen, that's kind of my overarching answer of what I'm seeing, but I don't think there's data that says that the pledge per day rate maybe has settled back to pre-COVID. The average gift has settled back to, but certainly not below. We're not seeing that in the US.
That's an interesting answer. And I did quite a lot of analysis, having been through many economic crises over my 38 years. And certainly in the last major economic crisis, 2007, 2008, actually many of our major clients actually had the best years ever because those with resources and that demographic tended to recognize the pain others were going through. So one very last question, because I know we're coming up to a break and people probably need to get that extra cup of coffee. So where do you see face-to-face in 5 years, 10 years from now? Very briefly.
Yeah, this is just an interesting question because, well, first of all, I don't know that I can do anything briefly, so I'll try to do as quickly as possible. But that's an interesting question. I think we'll continue to see it grow. I think face-to-face is coming to a reckoning. I think that inevitably, as we're pushing for quality, we've pushed up average ages and for donors and gifts and these types of things. And there is a point at which physically that's not viable for nonprofits, right? So there's going to have to be a reckoning. There's going to have to be innovation. There's going to have to be new ideas, new ways to kind of look back in order to move forward. I believe that that's probably what we're headed for in the future, but I believe that's going to happen because the people that are in place and the people that participate in this channel and the larger sector, I think will not settle for anything less. They're going to push and make sure that face-to-face stays relevant and useful. So I think the future of face-to-face is going to look a little bit different because I think there's going to be a time when we look back and say, remember in 2023 when we did what we did in 2015, but with better technology and it worked better. I think there's going to be conversations like that come in the future. At least I hope that we'll continue to innovate and not rule things out that are going to be inevitable to keep the sustainability of the channel, not just in the US, but probably everywhere.
Great answer. I recall back in 2002 us discussing, is this the end of face-to-face? That was 20 years ago. So I think it's a sign of the strength of the people on this call, for the people on the panel. Face-to-face innovates, it creates, it is entrepreneurial. Probably of all the channels, it is the most entrepreneurial because you can try, test and everything. So thanks for joining us, Sherry. Thanks for your optimism for the future, and have a great day, everybody. You've got a great conference ahead of you. Over to you, son.
Thank you very much, both. Sherry, always lovely to hear you speak. And I've been echoing your line all day about face-to-face will always find a way, because I think it's so true. And you both have kind of chimed in on that a lot through that session, but it will always adapt. And Daryl, face-to-face died 20 years ago, apparently.
So did I, literally.
That's when I just got started, so I don't know about that.
Yeah. All right, lovely to see you guys. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Great stuff. All right, everyone. So we're coming into our first break now of this not session. I can't think of the word. The afternoon session, whatever you want to call it. And so we're going to take a short break. Let's take about 6 or 7 minutes, and then we'll come back if that's okay. So hopefully that's enough time for you to grab a tea or coffee or a harder drink if you're in Spain or somewhere like that. And then we'll be going straight into session 2, where we're going to be talking about how regulators can improve face-to-face fundraising's reputation across the globe, how we can build trust, how we can work with our local stakeholders to get our reputation going well. So we've got another great panel discussion coming up, followed by a live Q&A. So yeah, that's it. Go and have your break. If you do not fancy grabbing a cup of tea or grab a coffee, then stay in the chat box. Please do network, say hello to each other, keep the chat going, and feel free to connect with each other elsewhere as well on LinkedIn or whatever to keep that going. But I will be back with you in about 6 or 7 minutes, and we'll be bringing you into the next session. Take care, everyone.
So, hi to everyone. First, I would like to thank the International Face-to-Face Congress Committee and particularly Günther and Stefan from the Fundraising Association Austria for organizing with all their energy this online summit. And also, thanks to the program committee, as we all identified that face-to-face self-regulation is the most important issue for this fundraising channel that is now very mature, 27 years after the first face-to-face campaigns in Austria. Anyway, fundraising, whatever is the channel, always needs good reputation, but it's even more true for face-to-face fundraising that we now call, as would say Gerald Oppenheim from UK, public fundraising. Our fundraising is public. That's the main reason why reputation is our major issue. Thousands of employees, millions of donors every year, and probably about 70% of the regular giving income for non-profits all over the world. For this panel session, I have the privilege to moderate. I would like to introduce briefly our panelists. So Astrid Mangassner. Astrid started face-to-face fundraising in 1998, first for providers in Austria, Germany and UK, until 2009. She has been working for French agency, Direct Dialogue, who is one of our panelists today also. Then for Greenpeace, for building in-house campaigns until 2018. As many of us in face-to-face fundraising sector, Astrid is an ex-Greenpeacer. And you all know what we say about Greenpeacers. Once Greenpeacer, Greenpeacer forever. Then again, for the non-profit FOPOS, coordinating face-to-face providers, then Atlas for Doctors Without Borders, since 2020, for building, like for Greenpeace, in-house face-to-face campaigns. Astrid began as a simple face-to-face fundraiser, became team leader, supervisor, coach, trainer, and coordinator. So we have here 24 years of international face-to-face fundraising experience. Thank you for participating to this session. I know you just got COVID and you're now in a good shape, so that's the first good news of the session.
Thank you.
João Paulo Vergueiro. João is the CEO of the Brazilian Fundraising Association, ABCR. He's also a PhD student in Brazil researching philanthropy. In the past, he's been successively human resources manager and consultant for innovation and social impact issues. His background isn't related specifically to the face-to-face management. His approach is rather dedicated to the ethical, social, and sustainable issues of a national fundraising self-regulation body, including face-to-face issues in a more recent market than European, North American, or South Pacific area ones. And Franz Wiesmann. Franz is probably the most experienced panelist of this session and maybe of the whole summit, as Franz has been leading the first face-to-face fundraising campaigns in Austria 27 years ago. He's one of the pioneers of our sectors. Franz is CEO of Direct Dialogue in Germany, based in Berlin. He's also president of the KISH, the face-to-face self-regulation body in Germany, vice president and co-founder of the IPFC, the International Public Fundraising Council based in Vienna, and of course, member of the International Face-to-Face Fundraising Congress Program Committee. Thanks to...
Thanks, Jean-Paul. Vice President of the KISH.
Vice President of the KISH, I'm sorry for the... So, to briefly introduce myself, I set up the first face-to-face fundraising programs in France about 3 years after Direct Dialogue in Austria, meaning in 1998, like Astrid. I did it first for Greenpeace, like Astrid also. Then I founded ONG Conseil, historically the first face-to-face fundraising provider in France during 18 years. And following the example of the establishment of self-regulatory bodies on mature face-to-face markets, I initiated the foundation of the AMRAC, the French independent face-to-face self-regulatory association, with a mixed board including non-profits and providers, right from the beginning of its foundation in 2018. And I'm also president and co-founder of the IPFC. So, once we've done all this, to get started, why are self-regulation issues so important? What is their work and why are they necessary? Astrid, with all your field experience and now rather your in-house campaigns coordination, as you now have as well the provider and the non-profit vision, to you, why is self-regulation so important for face-to-face fundraising?
Well, I can remember when I was starting as a face-to-face fundraiser on the street, it actually was totally different now, which means I think the heart was always there on the street for all the face-to-face fundraisers. But sometimes for the public, it's not just the heart that you can see. You definitely have to see the whole appearance. And I think for the public, it's just really important to see as well who is standing there, how the people are branded, to have an idea, to know which organization is there outside. And as well, I think in Austria, we do so much face-to-face fundraising now for quite a while. And I can remember after 10 years time of face-to-face fundraising, all of us thought the market will soon be dead. Nobody can work anymore on the streets. And I think having regulators and working together and feeling responsible for saving the streets for the next 20 years to do face-to-face fundraising and getting the image as well for being proud of being a face-to-face fundraiser for non-profit organizations. It's just really important.
Good, thank you. To follow as an introduction, Joe, the Brazilian face-to-face regulation is rather an in-process regulation. Apart from the ABCR, there isn't yet a completely structured self-regulation body. Do you think that within the next years, the Brazilian market will also need a self-regulation body, and why, of course?
Yes, well, first of all, hello to everyone who is following us here at the conference and the summit. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate Jean-Paul's invitation to be part of his roundtable and conversation. About Brazil, we see right now in the country a very fast evolving market. Face-to-face fundraising has been around for a few years now. I remember that I joined ABCR as a member in 2009, and when I became CEO 2015, it was already around. It's probably 15 years. And in our reality, it's right now we are pretty much thinking about what Astrid was sharing. If we don't regulate, if we don't find the means within the sector in Brazil to promote some rationality within the players of the fundraising face-to-face market, we might see, well, it won't be dead, but we will be having issues in the future. So although right now there's nothing in place, the market's quite loose. We, as the Brazilian Fundraisers Association, ABCR, our members and our network, we feel that it's time to start thinking of self-regulating the market in Brazil in order to help it grow even more for the future years, for the upcoming years.
Okay, thank you. So after 15 years, you begin thinking about as a mature market in a certain way, preventing bad reputation right from the beginning. And maybe now I come towards France as the most experienced one of us. You have been co-founding the Quiche. When did it start in Germany, and what were your motivation right at the beginning? Probably comparable to those ones that Joao just told us, but maybe some others also.
Yes, in Germany, it was a little bit later than in Austria. The Austrian Quiche was founded before. It takes a long time. I remember the first informal meeting was at the edge of the German Fundraising Congress. It was already 11 years ago. And then it took many years of informal meetings. And I think the really foundation with the registration of the Quiche was then 2018 or so. And we had often also Günter Lutschinger there as a consultant, because in Austria it was already done. And we had also all the examples also from UK, from the Netherlands, from the Scandinavian countries. Yeah, it was a hard way, it was a long way. And in Germany, especially, the telephone fundraising, the call centers, were much more earlier with their regulations than the face-to-face market. But in the meantime, there are many members. Yeah, we see already the success on the streets. We do regular mystery shoppings every year, several times. And yes, the members of the Quiche have really increased their standards and their level. But in Germany, there are many providers and programs which are not members of the Quiche. And that's the problem, because the people on the street, the people at their homes, they registrate not the difference between members of the Quiche and the other ones. And there are still black sheep in the scene, in the industry.
Yeah. Yeah, I do understand. I do completely understand. And in fact, as face-to-face fundraising has been really successful for the whole period of, over 25 years. Now, many stakeholders, not everyone has got this feeling about preventing bad reputation, and at least it's probably the best thing to do to prevent bad buzz by building self-regulatory bodies, so that in case there might be any kind of mediatic trouble, at least we can just say, listen, we are part of this club, this regulation body with this code of conduct, and with many rules. If we look at all the markets and the development, it's about 60 markets now. It's millions of donors, and so whatever is the maturity of the market, all the fundraisers have a high responsibility to ensure the reputation of the whole activity of the whole sector. We need, of course, transparency towards donors, and they are demanding it. And we need also respect and consideration. So all these issues are part of the motivation for self-regulation bodies. And everywhere self-regulation bodies took place, the issues that were part of the meetings and the rules that were built were towards respect, sustainability, responsibility, innovation, inclusivity, which is very important, and also attractivity, because it's something we haven't spoken yet, but there's a matter of empowerment and making all the job attractive for many people, mostly generally young people, student people, but not only. And in order to achieve all this purpose, we have been building in some countries regulation bodies. Here, maybe there's something I would like to add about the necessity of coherence in the sector. And we could, for instance, take some examples which are quite interesting. The first one, because we thought we've been speaking about inclusivity. For instance, the employment of handicapped people. And of course, we have, when you're a provider, you have clients which are non-profits, and they are waiting for the best return on investment. If you want to be coherent in your values, in your way of working, normally you have to work also with handicapped people, which will not necessarily have the best return on investment as far as fundraising goes, but which will at least give the possibility for a provider to be completely coherent with the values we are defending every day in the streets or in door to door. And it's something we have probably to push in a regulation body, because it's something that the stakeholders mostly for the non-profits will not necessarily think about straight away, because they will look at the return on investment first. The second example I'm thinking of is the issue dedicated to self-employment and the lack of security for fundraisers, because there's also a social aspect there. We are working rather in-house for non-profits, very often defending causes towards precarity, social precarity, and how can we, we are defending the same causes for providers. And what about the coherence between employing self-employed people without any social security, and once there's a pandemic, they don't have any security, they don't have any comfort? And what about a mediatic buzz who would say when charity business plunge its employees into social precariousness to collect more money? And that's the thing we have to prevent, and that's probably part of the issues we could probably develop within the next months and years. So after we've identified why we need regulation bodies, the second issue would be, but how do regulators contribute to the development of face-to-face fundraising in different countries? And coming to this part, because we are in the real practice of the regulation, as still in France, in Germany and Austria, the KISH and the KIF have established common standards, code of conduct, safety rules during pandemics. And as an example of real improvement of face-to-face standards, you have also developed training and certification processes concerning this issue. There's a very interesting article that Franz and Stefan wrote for the next IPFC newsletter. But maybe before that, could you tell us about these developments and the part that took your self-regulation bodies in building these processes? Maybe we begin with Astrid and then with Franz, if it's okay by you.
Well, I think it was just finding out that we all play on the same side of the volleyball net. You know what I mean? I think it was more like sitting together, finding out what are our problems. And one of our perfect problems many years ago in Austria was if you would like to work with an information table, then some communities just said you don't get the permission anymore because we think you do not do a good job. People just did not know what face-to-face fundraising means. They did not know what long-term donation means. They did not know that NGOs are dependent. And especially, I think, in COVID times, but maybe Franz can add more to this, I just really had the feeling that we all work together. It wasn't like not being, I'm working for Doctors Without Borders, but you are Greenpeace and you are an agency, and therefore, we cannot work together. I think it was to strengthen ourselves, getting all our knowledge together and performing all the same way. And therefore, I think we did not have one single negative PR in the last 2 years. And I found this really impressive. It was like, yes, that's how we do it. And that's everybody from us is doing it. And I find it really impressive. So.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I can confirm. The situation in Germany is a little bit different. I think there is not so many competition for the sites as, for example, in Vienna, because there are not so many fundraisers, and there are a lot of much more bigger cities. Yeah, that's the one thing. But the best thing, and I confirm, Astrid, it was the challenge with the pandemic, with the first crisis. This was within a few weeks. We had the first meetings, and we had a meeting all together. I think one time, the KISH and the GWIF, because the problems were the same, yeah, and the solution has to be found. And then, Jean-Paul, you remember, there was also very fast the first meeting of the IPFC to this topic, especially for the corona pandemic. And it was very interesting for every country to hear what goes on in New Zealand, what goes on in Australia. The first time also Hong Kong has joined our meetings, UK, US, Brazil. And yeah, I would say the sites was the one thing Astrid mentioned. And also then, since the pandemic, the recruiting challenges is also every time a topic at the KISH, at the GWIF, and also at the IPFC. That's the two large challenges at the moment.
Yeah. So we've been going from one issue to the other, and the issue of the pandemic was a very interesting issue because it was the first time we became really, really international because we were all facing the same problems. And maybe we'll speak about it when we come to the IPFC and its constitution and its goals. And coming back to certification and trainings and quality of the work of the fundraisers. What about Brazil? Is the German and the Austrian development something that you aim at developing in Brazil? It's something you're already in the course of doing?
Sure. Well, the thematic of face-to-face has been part of our agenda for a few years now as ABCR, as the Brazilian Fundraisers Association. So it's not without a reason. It is being debated throughout our national fundraising conference every year, at least since 8 years now. We haven't been able to develop a specific training or formation only to face-to-face fundraisers. There's a challenge. I'm gonna dialogue with what our friends have been talking about earlier. There's a challenge of cooperation amongst the sector in Brazil, amongst the organizations. The major ones, the ones that are investing on face-to-face fundraising, they usually tend to work by themselves. And the fundraisers themselves, the ones that are on the streets, they don't get the needed support and investment and training other than the ones that they get to do their job, to do their work on the streets. So there's the challenge of cooperation and recognition that we are all part of the same sector and the same market and should be working together. The face-to-face fundraising has been part of this of our priorities in Brazil. We have been following up the companies that provide service to the nonprofit sector, or we have also been following up the organizations that have their own in-company departments for face-to-face as well, but we haven't been able so far to do a specific training or specific formation for face-to-face fundraisers in Brazil.
Okay. Anyway, I think that the experience that we are doing in all the countries, and that's the matter of that's the main interest of the international face-to-face Congress or the IPFC, that we can share all this to make everyone progress a lot quicker. There are anyway many issues that we haven't talked about because we've been talking about certification, training, we've been talking about the pandemic. We didn't speak much about the site, the common location management tools. That's something which is really important in some markets. And there's something which is, as far as ethical point of view goes, there's something which can be quite interesting in regulation bodies. It's something that we've met already in the French market is, what about preventing dominant position by major non-profits? Because sometimes, as they have a lot more budget, they would like to put their rules and in a certain way put out of the market the smaller non-profits, the smaller and even sometimes some of the other stakeholders. That's why the self-regulatory bodies can only be self-regulatory bodies, meaning that the rules that we have can't substitute to the general law, to the general rules, meaning to the law. And that's one of the topics we'll have to talk about and to regulate in all the bodies, because it's just a matter also of coherence. And what about now the future? What are the issues that regulators could also deal within the future? Joe, as you're into the process of building a self-regulatory body, what do you think future regulation issues, most important issues will be in the future?
Sure. Well, we have been learning from what you have been doing around the world, mostly in Europe, but also in the US and in Oceania. From those best practices, we need to open up a real dialogue with the organizations in Brazil and their service providers as well. I would say that in Brazil, even before COVID, there was still a big potential for face-to-face fundraising to grow in an open market, even for small nonprofits. The investment is always high. That's not going to change. A small nonprofit might be interested in investing on online fundraising before going to face-to-face. But for example, they are also doing events. They are doing parties. They are doing galas where they could at least try or have some idea, some taste of what is to have some face-to-face investment. So we are from now on we're going to invest on that, start opening this dialogue, and start producing the first materials, written materials, printed but also online, of course, and in order to start to implement, or not implement the software regulation, but at least to inspire and influence the sector in Brazil into growing orderly the face-to-face fundraising.
Okay, thank you. Going back to Astrid, as you now perfectly know both sides of our sectors, non-profits and providers, what do you think we should develop first within the next years? As we all know that qualitative and ethical issues will be more and more demanding, and with always the purpose of keeping safe our reputation.
I think it's just every market has different things how to treat, like Franz said before. And I think in Austria, one of the main things as well was Vienna, because you don't only have face-to-face travel campaigns, which maybe keep on traveling for a few weeks a year, what was actually how face-to-face fundraising started in Austria. We have many players, agencies, as well as non-profit organizations that do in-house programs that are on the street for the whole entire year, every single day. And I think it's really important to work together. And in Vienna, for example, we have like 2 months in a row. Each district of Vienna, there's no face-to-face fundraising, which means every district has 2 months with no face-to-face fundraising. And therefore, I think we just can work on together for like many, many, many years as well. It's like every 3 months we sit together and say, okay, what are the players? How can we divide it? And it's clear, you know, there's just no fight between us. It's more like, okay, whatever we have outside. And as well, what Jean-Paul said before, we have written quality standards. And I think you can use it wherever. It didn't matter if it was the police during the pandemic. It didn't matter if the official side says, okay, no face-to-face fundraising. We could just go out there. We could just send it and said, okay, we do not only have quality standards, we have even COVID quality standards, how we deal with it, how secure we are, why it is important to keep our work now ongoing. And I think people just they just said, okay, yes, we see you've done your work. We see you are working excellent. We see you have quality standards, and yes, here you go. And I think that's how I think I just cannot add more.
No, it's fine, because it's a matter of sustainability, and
Yeah.
I think it's something that you meet probably more intensively in Austria and in Vienna, because it's quite a small country. Rather than, I don't know, France will tell us, but in Germany it might be different. But anyway, is it something that you all think we should generally organize, meaning that in some places there wouldn't be any face-to-face fundraiser during some months, sometime, and that it would be completely managed? Is it something that you share, Franz?
Yeah, it's a little bit different to Austria. As I mentioned already, in Austria you have this regulation only for Vienna. Yeah, correct, Astrid?
Yeah.
Yes. In Germany we have no regulations, and in the UK you have many hard regulations. It's depending on the market. For example, I'm now sitting in Berlin. There is not so many traffic with face-to-face street fundraiser at the moment, so I think it's not necessary. We have discussed it very often also in the Kish. But at the moment we have decided that we do no regulation, because it means also investing in database and in systems and all this. And I think with our Kish system, with the mystery shopping, you get many informations, and you can also do a little bit of regulation, because the chair, the board has the overview over this mystery shoppings, and where we have to report every day, every agency, every in-house program, the data of their dialoguers to this platform, and then they do the checks. But it's we don't know when is the check. Is it today? Is it in 1 month? So yeah, but that's the situation in Germany, and yeah, I think also in Brazil or in countries where there's not so many traffic on the streets, it's not necessary at the moment. But we have also our challenges with certain cities, but it depends not on the quality of the dialoguers. Sometimes it's a political topic, yeah. Also between large charities and small charities, between provider programs and in-house programs, yeah. And yeah, that's my point of view.
That's a real discussion, because we have also this in France. Some of the stakeholders would like to prevent a kind of overwhelming presence of face-to-face fundraisers. And in fact, my point of view is a bit different, because it's all, to me, it mostly depends on the quality of the fundraisers rather than how many you put in a place or how many non-profits you have. If they are all very polite, if they are all very trained, all certified, then the worst that can happen is that people don't want to give anymore, but they will not have a bad perception of it. It's a matter of doing a good job. But it's true that in countries such as Luxembourg, Belgium, Austria, it's a bit different. It can be different, and even sometimes in some cities. So anyway, it's something that we have to adapt, probably depending on the country and the market. And the other thing is that when you make a restriction on the volumes, how do you choose who will go and who will not go? And then you have some other problems which are quite legal, because even a huge organization such as Doctors Without Borders can't say to another one, you can't go because we are there. It's not possible. And Greenpeace can't do the same either. And any of the stakeholders can't do it. And after you have the providers, and it's the same also. So it's very difficult very often to regulate the volumes, as regulation of the quality is really something that we can really aim at, because it's really possible. We can make surveys, we can make mystery shopping. We can have, we can imagine having, because we have this in France, a mapping digital app with the possibility for the public to express itself if they are not happy with and they don't feel comfortable with the teams. So we have many tools that we can really activate if we want to do it, and if we want to put it as a regulation tool. And just to give some other, anyway, it's not to give, but to share some other ideas about what can be the part of a regulation body. There's the data collection to reflect the importance of this major tool to show the states and the governments, the local authorities, what's the economic presence and what's the economic sense of the whole sector, because it's thousands of employees. It's the fact that we conduct public surveys to ensure that there's a good acceptance of face-to-face fundraising by the public or by the shows, by any stakeholder in the streets or in near door-to-door. It's the survey that makes us compare the different channels to make sure that face-to-face fundraising is still attractive, because there's a real issue on the good return on investment and the good competitivity of this tool, knowing that we are employing people, there's a lack of people for doing it, so the wages are rising up. If the wages are rising up, the tool is more and more expensive, and then the return on investment is longer. So there's a risk that face-to-face fundraising might lose some parts of the market is taking part now. And there's also a real matter of a real mediatic issue by turning the regulator into a label, mostly if it's connected to an international label. It's not only national, but it's also international, which gives a lot of credibility with the local authorities. Yes, I know, France, we are 36 minutes. So I think we've said quite many, we've been talking about many issues in 35 minutes. Maybe we could go to the last issue, which is what would be and what should be the minimum standards, and what would be the part of an organization like the IPFC that we are launching this year, and which we have chosen to base in Vienna as a kind of testimony of the first face-to-face fundraising programs historically. Maybe Astrid, coming back to Astrid.
Well, I think the the appearance, having an idea, as well how to deal with sites, how to represent the NGOs, having diverse teams, and as well what you said beforehand, keeping the quality in the dialogue, which means people are trained, people know what to say. It will keep as well an impact on our attrition rates. I think that's what we all want to have. We want to have quality dialogues and quality long-term donors to keep on doing a good thing. And yeah,
I do understand perfectly. Franz, what about the future?
Yes, you know, we have this code of conduct. We have in Austria, we have in Germany, of course, in France, yeah. And in the meantime, also the IPFC has a global code of conduct, and yeah, that's the future. That's necessary. And the only problem, as I mentioned before, if not the whole market will not join these regulator organizations. But it's necessary to get many of the providers and many of the players within. Then on the other side, we have many people on the street with suppliers, with providers, with programs, which are not part of these regulations. And they will also do their jobs as they do it ever. And there is no increasing of the standards then. So our job, I think also as IPFC, as the national regulator organizations, is to get many and the important, the big players within this regulations organization.
Yeah, I do share your point of view. João Paulo?
Yeah, and very briefly, because I know we have to wrap up. In Brazil, we also have the challenge to make society see fundraising as a legitimate activity that is carried out by the nonprofit sector. In Brazil, actually, to promote the nonprofit sector is a challenge that we have when fundraising comes along. So we've been working as in a fundraisers organization association to do that. We have been successful in the last 10 years, but it's still a challenge for the next 10, 20 years.
Okay, thank you. So as a conclusion, as far as international rules and international standards, I would remind you that we are launching the IPFC, and that there will be a press release that will be sent to every attendee of the face-to-face committee. We have already integrated many common rules. We have a common code of conduct. We have made a lot of work about international surveys just after the pandemic, and also with unifying the safety guidelines during the pandemic. And now the real issue to me is really to be more and more demanding, so that the training, the certification, the quality of all our teams everywhere gives the national label a lot of quality, a lot of value, and also the international label, because we'll have more members, and then even nationally we could say we will use this credibility, which is international. I think there will be, within the next years, two major topics for all our meetings. That will be sustainability, of course, because we have the major tool, and we have to keep it this way, and also inclusivity, because it's a matter of coherence between what we are doing and how we are doing it. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. We could speak during hours about these issues, and really, I want to thank you all, and all the program committee also. Here we are again. Hello, João Paulo.
Hello there. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good to see you back. From what I could read from the Simon Little words that we receive as questions, the matter that we didn't, we didn't have any question about this morning, but we have it now, about the condition of the workers. We have one question of this year about this. We have another one from Olaf from Belgium and Netherlands about self-employment and what could be for how you see it in your respective markets. What could be the part of regulators concerning, for instance, the good health of the recruiters, and also the matter of self-employment, because it's something, and here I'm speaking to Astrid also because you come from Doctors Without Borders, meaning what could be the part of non-profits in forbidding, for instance, the providers to employ self-employed people, but if it's not sufficient because it's a competition market also, what could be the rules we could put and how we could put it in regulation bodies? Maybe first Astrid and then Joao Paulo, because that will be one of your issues in the next years, I believe, in Brazil also.
Sure, and I did anticipated myself and wrote a few lines here in the chat to everyone, but just to be clear and say a little more about the issue. Of course, I still believe we will always believe that self-regulation is one of the main ways we have to go in order to have the sector well coordinating its activities and everybody growing together. I'm actually studying the concept of philanthropy as a common pool resource that might get depleted if there is no cooperation among the sector. And it goes for face-to-face as well. But one thing that I want to be clear on is that even on face-to-face, even if you are working inside an organization, in-house, or if you are working to an agency, you still have to comply with the local labor laws. You'll never be able, or at least we will never defend that the labor laws be, not followed by any organizations, be it a nonprofit or an agency. So the case of self-employment, it goes to the local law to see if it's allowed or not. In Brazil, for example, there are some flexibility here, but there are specific laws that should be followed as well.
Okay, and what do you? Thank you, Joao Paulo. But do you think it's only a matter of law? Do you think regulation bodies should be more demanding than the law? Because, for instance, in Europe, it's quite often forbidden. It's just forbidden to use self-employment if you're a company. In fact, it's just not what you can do, even though it's done. But even if it was legal, do you think it's something that a regulation body could accept, or do you think the regulation body should be the opportunity to really boost the standards and make it really more valuable as far as human social practices goes?
What I can say is that I don't have a final answer to that, Jean-Paul, but I would always defend that whatever regulation we are proposing, we do have to think of the individual who is there on the streets doing face-to-face as a human being, and he should be respected as a worker as well. So whether we are proposing a more liberal idea or a more strict one, considering the law, it has to go towards the concept of respecting the work of whoever is on the streets fundraising on behalf of the organization.
Of course. And Astrid, coming from, because you've been on both sides, a provider and non-profits, Greenpeace and Doctors Without Borders, what's your point of view of what should be the part of regulator as far as self-employment goes?
I think we always should remember that for customers on the street, we are kind of all the same, which sounds stupid, but sometimes people do not know if I'm for PAWS or Doctors Without Borders or Greenpeace or an agency or in-house or whatever. We are all one. We are the people on the street. And I think it's kind of our responsibility as well. If we want to have quality dialoguers, if we want to have quality supporters, long-term supporters, then I think we have as well to think in a long-term way.
I think so. And it's really one of the major issues. As you know, retention of the fundraisers, not fundraisers journey, because we speak about donors journey, and sometimes we could also speak about fundraisers journey. If we want to keep them on board, we have to be very attentive, attentionate towards them. We have to make sure they're in a good conditions, they are well paid, and they are well trained and certified. And maybe, as it's really one of the major topics, and as we have only a few minutes, I'm really sorry about that, because we had a recording which was really already quite intense. Maybe we could go on with Stefan, because in Austria, and probably with you also, Astrid, there was a survey about what are the expectations from our fundraisers, what makes them go on doing this job, what gives them the opportunity to have a career in face-to-face fundraising. And it's very interesting to know how we can improve our quality, how we can make it more demanding. And it's probably one of our musts, considering we're working for non-profits, whether we are providers or non-profits. And before I let the floor to Stefan, maybe I would like to have your point of view, maybe João Paulo and then Astrid, and then we go back to Stefan.
Sure. Well, and very briefly, due to time, in Brazil last year, we were, well, as I always say, Brazil is an under-regulated market for fundraising, for the third sector itself, but also for fundraising. There's no public regulation, governmental regulation, and there's even less self-regulation. We want to work on that. But last year, we were able to have the fundraising profession recognized as such by the government. And that since then, since February 2021, every fundraiser who is hired either to be a face-to-face fundraiser, love the cat, Astrid, either to be a face-to-face fundraiser or a fundraising director, any one of them can be hired as a fundraiser professional. And this works towards the idea of recognizing and valuing fundraising as a profession. Even if the individual, the person starts as a street fundraiser, he can go up the career in his own organization. He can become a fundraising director. He can even become a CEO director if he is ambitious or she is ambitious, and he's looking forward to it in a few years. So by just being able to recognize the profession and having people being hired properly as fundraisers, we think that is going to give a boost to the profession and value, and people will find it will be much more willing, happy with their own work by being recognized as such.
Yeah, I do agree totally. Recognition, as it's related to also to certification, which is related to the quality of training. And so, as you might know, in the next IPFC newsletter, we'll have a whole article from Franz and Stefan about certification and training, because in Germany and Austria, you're very advanced as far as this goes. And maybe some words from you, Astrid, and then I let the floor to Stefan, because you're also from Austria, so you know about it.
Yeah, as well, I would say, just for the certification, it's really important that people who are face-to-face fundraisers, that they feel that it's a proper job, and as well they have the proper knowledge. And I think when you're out there, you maybe cannot know everything, but we know really loads of, and it's really nice to have a certification there, and people love it as well. Young people love it too. So whenever they move on, they can say, I did something, and I did something really cool, and I did it for non-profits. But fundraising as well, it's a proper job, and it's not just face-to-face fundraising. It's like if whatever we would do as well, like what you said on trainings. I know we're short on time, but I just wanted to say, I think diversity is always really an issue that we can have in trainings. And because I read in the chat that somebody was asking special needs, I know, for example, that Amnesty International, they had somebody in a wheelchair doing face-to-face fundraising last year, and everything worked out really well. And it was just a kind of training and working together and taking care of. Or it doesn't matter if there are vegan people inside, or if it's about gender or religion or whatever. You can just train people and tell them, look, you maybe not everybody on the street will react really nicely, but you can just have 2 feet and 2 hands and people still do not react really nicely to you when you're on the street. Everybody who did face-to-face fundraising knows this. And I think we have challenging times, but really good times, creative times, and I think we can improve.
Thank you, Astrid. And in a certain way, you're a perfect example of the fact that everything is possible from, as João Paulo just said, because you began as a fundraiser, face-to-face fundraiser, team leader and trainer and coach, and now you're working for Doctors Without Borders, and before you worked for Greenpeace and in UK and in Austria. So in fact, you had already an international career. So it makes it very valuable. And in a certain way, it's all about caring, and our job is all about caring. Non-profits are about caring for the others, and we should, as far as the fundraisers goes, be all about caring, because that's a matter of quality in the end, and that's a matter of ethics also. So, as a conclusion, I would just say that first, thank you to our panelists, to João Paulo, to Astrid, and to Franz, who's not there, couldn't join us right now for the afternoon. We touch, I think, on a lot of topics today, and to make the link with the next session, and specifically with the empowerment of face-to-face staffs, I would like to give now the floor to Stefan, so that he can tell us more about the empowerment through the survey that he just made in Austria. Thank you to all our attendees, thank you to our panelists, and thank you to the face-to-face committee. And now it's up to you, Stefan. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Jean-Paul, and hello everyone from Vienna, Austria. You know me from the emails you received yesterday, and I myself work for the Austrian Fundraising Association, and I'm responsible for the Austrian regulation body, QIF. And Jean-Paul mentioned it, a lot about education in fundraising and about the certification we are running here in Austria. So if you want to know more about it, sign up for the newsletter of IPFC. I posted the link a few minutes ago in the chat. Go on ipfc.fund and sign up there for the newsletter and get more information about education in the German-speaking market in Austria. Today, I want to share with you in this session only a few slides before we'll be joined by Simon and Elspeth to discuss what I'm sharing. We did... Wait a second. Let me just get this working. And here we go. Now you should see my slides. I hope that's right. And this session, we had the title Face-to-Face Fundraising, Recruitment and Retention. It's time to make a change in the matters that we should listen more to what students say. So in particular, when you look on the demographic situation in Western countries, especially what holds for Austria, you have a very low number of young people, and they are stuck in an overwhelming amount of opportunities for their jobs. And that's why it's really, really important to listen to them. That's why we conducted this study together with the Economical University in Vienna, and really had a look inside the student community. So here's what we found out. So this study was conducted among Austrian students regarding the job role face-to-face fundraiser. We got responses from 265 students. For Austria, that's a quite good number. That's a very good number. For the whole population, it's usually a sample of 500 to 1,000. That really gives you valid figures. And it was accompanied with a qualitative interviews of several active face-to-face fundraisers. And the main questions of the study have been, how a student is perceiving the job profile as face-to-face fundraiser and what can be done to make this job profile more attractive. And here's what we found. So from all the students we asked, only a small percentage of students really consider starting a job in face-to-face fundraising. And the top 4 reasons what hinders them is that, in their opinion, the work environment in face-to-face fundraising is not that appealing. Then they see that the image of the job profile has a negative image, and many students who simply don't want to communicate with entire strangers, and 11% had already another job. Next, what we found is that the today's student generation is very value-driven. So here the opposite, the reverse side of the medal. So reasons why students would consider a face-to-face fundraising job is, first of all, they want to earn some money to finance their studies. Then they want to work for a charitable cause. And when they pick up a job in fundraising, they want that the job also represents their own values. And 8% really loved the communication with people, and that was the important reason for them to consider face-to-face fundraising as their job. There are some causes that are significantly higher attractive for students, and the highest ranked one was human rights, then animal rights, animal protection, education, and refugee work. And for us, this is one reason why we should also already consider asking students in the recruitment process what is the cost they would like to fundraise for, so you can allocate them where their heart is. And here some further summaries. So what we derived from the study as impact and what we should do. First of all, to communicate the advantages of the job. So meaning that the personal development and the skill gain they can get out of it. Then we should also increase the transparency regarding the employment status and the payment scheme. The next one would be provide psychological service counseling for fundraisers. This reflects a lot to the frustration tolerance you need to have if you get several no's before you receive the first yes and sign the first donor, but also to other problems that might occur. And sorry for the typos, we also need to implement quality standards, such as we do in code of conduct and in the regulatory bodies that Jean-Paul and the others were talking about, and make them public. So we are very interested in knowing the public to know that there are quality standards and we are acting according to them. And here some general tendencies among young people. We found out that the first one is that the job they apply for needs to have a purpose that reflects their personal values. Then I already mentioned that they have a dilemma of too many opportunities, so they kind of have a fatigue and don't know what to choose in the end. Then we see a strong focus of young people on keeping their work-life balance, but we will see the next couple of months how the current inflation and economic crisis will have an impact there. And this shows that many of them want to work in part-time contracts. And the salaries need to be adequate. Payment scheme comprised of a competitive basic salary that already needs to cover their basic needs. And on top of that, they want to have a bonus scheme. That's it for my presentation. And I'm happy to talk now with Simon and Elspeth about what we found out. Hi, guys.
Hi, Stefan. Thanks so much for doing that. I'm gonna throw questions at you if that's okay. But I'm going to start by throwing a question at Elspeth. What did you think of that? What do you think of the stats they're showing? What jumps out at you?
I think a lot of it resonates. I think with the findings of why they would or would not want to do it all makes sense. I think overall, with the majority of us on the calls here or on the morning call even, I think nobody really woke up at one morning and thought like, I'm going to be a fundraiser when I grow up. I think very few of us would have thought that. And I think the majority of us would have fallen into it somehow. I mean, I did. And I think most people that I know in fundraising have done that. And I think often people don't see what the career opportunities are. Like they don't see the progress from when you start on the street, for example, of where you can get to eventually. So I think a lot of these answers that you just showed, Stefan, they make total sense because people don't know what life of a fundraiser can be once you've done the actual street fundraising. So yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah, I feel like almost there's not a whole lot of surprises in there. It's almost like stuff that we've experienced and seen before. And yet sometimes it feels like it's not changing anyway, even though we all know this. And I keep coming back to this phrase that a few people have said throughout the day about the fundraiser journey. You know, if you fall into this job, what does that journey look like? And I know from my days on the street, I can remember my first team leader. I can remember the first trainer who really got me fired up. I can remember the first donor who like made it a job that I stuck at. So Stefan, where are we falling down on this fundraiser journey? Why are we not putting the time into giving these new staff a great experience so they stick? Why do we keep seeming to miss the mark on that?
Well, I think that in the past years we learned that, and that was also in the questionnaire we had in the morning, that many of the fundraisers quit their job within the first 30 days. So many agencies and organizations do not then invest into in the early stage of the fundraisers to keep them motivated, bring them up. And I think if you invest from the very first day in your fundraisers, then you can really keep them for a longer time and keep them motivated. And then you have this fundraiser journey we are talking about.
It's kind of a chicken and egg situation at times, isn't it? Because it's like these organizations, they don't want to put the investment into it because there's so much staff turnover. And yet, if you put the investment into it, there won't be so much staff turnover. And I mean, Jim from Concern has caught my eye in the chat box because I know Concern here in Ireland have put so much time into creating an environment where their fundraisers feel like staff and are looked after like staff, unlike perhaps some of the agencies do. And they've got people who've worked for them as face-to-faces for years because of it. You know, it does pay off in the long run. But where does that decision come from? Because obviously the agencies are under pressure from the charities to keep their costs down. The charities are under pressure from the donors. At what point does someone say, no, we need to take the hit on this for a couple of years and really invest in our team? Whose decision is that? Is that coming from the charities, Stefan?
Well, I don't think so. I think we are right now in a moment where it shifts, it changes a bit. I strongly believe that the nonprofits they have a high level of what's the word? They really want to have a working environment where everybody feels comfortable as well. Yeah, and yes, agencies might be under pressure and might have to deliver what they signed for, but still, there is not necessarily money-wise investment into the new fundraisers. It needs a bit of time, yes, and if you do a little bit more investment, then you will have a working environment that also the young people, the new generation Y, Generation Z, really likes to work in.
Elspeth, from inside a charity, what does it feel like? I mean, I can imagine you arguing for perks for your face-to-faces, for looking after them for higher pay and stuff like that. I always picture you on the side of face-to-faces. How does that conversation actually turn out when you're in there? Do you get resistance from treating face-to-faces like real staff, or what does it go?
Yeah, it's a bit of everything. First of all, when you have an in-house operation, one of the first things I would always say to our markets is like, these are your staff. They're not like the separate staff just because you don't see them as much because they're out on the street or on private sites, on the door, wherever they are. they are still your team. So make them visible, make people in the office know them so they can like them, because often they don't see them, so they don't know them. And face-to-face is still this kind of thing where people have an opinion about, usually not so positive. So one of my first things would always be, when we open up an in-house, or before we even start thinking about an in-house, is that I would talk to senior management, as in, like, do you like face-to-face? And if they say yes, great, then we have a start. If they say no, then that's where I would start working. As like, okay, let's change that, right?
Yeah.
Because if your CEO is not on board, your fundraising director will not get the support, which means that you will probably get a non-qualified face-to-face manager, because they either don't know who to look for, or they don't have the resources or the budget to look for it, which means that you end up with a team that's probably not fully trained or looked after. So I would start at the top and really make it clear that if we're going to start an in-house, it needs to be filtered through the entire organization that this is our team and they need to be treated that way. If you work with an agency, then I think there's a lot you can do. I don't think it's only agency. I think from a charity side, you can do a lot with being visible for the team. So go out there, being the face-to-face manager. Say hi to the team so they don't feel like I am just a fundraiser on the street working for an agency. They actually feel like I am part of Save the Children or UNICEF or whoever you work for. And they value me because they come out and say hi to me. They know who I am. Like I mentioned in the session this morning, I've had CEOs that I brought them out. It's like, you need to start learning what face-to-face is. So come and say hi to the teams. It will do wonders just for them to be known by the CEO, not all by name, but just the fact that they acknowledge that we do face-to-face. So I think there's a lot we can do, but also there's obviously always some resistance when you ask for higher salaries or bonuses on top of the salaries. Like if you pay the living wage but have a bonus, you get the internal pushback like, oh, but we don't have to. I'm like, yeah, but you don't get like rejection over and over every day from, so many per minute or per hour. So yes, you get a bit of pushback internally, but I think it's also how we as face-to-face managers or specialists or whatever we are, position it internally and with the agency.
Well, that's the face-to-face manager's job, isn't it? Half of it is managing the field and half of it is managing the management and the people internally in the charity. And that's actually our role, is to keep them on side sometimes, even though we don't like to admit it. Jim from Concern, who I name-checked there, has said, the stereotype of fundraisers isn't great. And I think the appetite to invest in long-term development of face-to-face stuff isn't a priority for charities, and agencies need to keep costs down. Someone needs to take the plunge to see the impact. And yeah, I think we are in this strange place where we do have a lot of people organizing this conference, and a lot of people who people like in Stefan's agency, people in those positions who really promote best practice and promote looking after stuff. So I do feel like it's there and growing, and hopefully we'll see the payoff from that as we come back. But obviously, what's been thrown into the mix with all of this is this COVID time, and everyone coming back to work seems to have changed, not just in our sector, but everywhere, seems to change the mentality of what people are looking for in their work-life balance, what they're looking for in a job. Stefan, in your research, what would you kind of pull out from that? I mean, why is these attitudes changed in terms of how people want to work, and what do we need to do differently to look after them?
I think when it comes to channels, how to reach the young people, we need to be always changing and adapting to new realities, because you won't reach young people on Facebook anymore. You won't reach them by a newspaper or TV ads. So just be there where the youth is, not try to the same approach like yesterday. Then you also need to speak the language of the young people, because they have their own youth slang and I think that's also something really important. And of course, you need to listen what they really want, what's the desire, where they want to go in their life. And I think we are underestimating them a lot in our daily routine. But I think we did it, at least in our study. We went out there and asked them what they think, and I believe that is a good way to go to the future. And just picking one thought up from Elspeth, I just recently heard an interview with the manager of a supermarket that outsourced their cleaning staff. And inside the supermarket, they gave flowers to everybody for their birthday, and everybody in the supermarket marked the name tag but the clinic staff didn't. But they were at the same spot every day. And then they said, come on, let's do this differently. We give a name tag to all the cleaning staff, we give flowers to everybody for the birthday, and the motivation and the cleanliness of the supermarket increased significantly just by this small approach. By even though they are working for another company, they are part of the same thing. So related to the face-to-face fundraising, just make the employees of agencies feel that they are part of your nonprofit.
It's almost like treating people like humans and treating people with respect works. It's like this crazy idea that so many people haven't yet grasped yet. I'm really conscious of time, and we are going to have a break before the next session. So just to wrap up, Elspeth, any final thoughts? Anything that you're seeing around the world and with the work you're doing? What should we be taking away about our approach to recruitment and retaining our staff? And what's your words of wisdom?
I think my words of wisdom would be like really embrace your face-to-face teams. And I think there was a lot about that in the chat box, as in train them, like make sure that you look after them and give them the right training to do the job right. Because, if they would leave really quickly, sometimes the job was just not for them. And then either we or they need to make that decision to not keep spending time on them. But equally, you need to give them a fair chance, and you need to give them the proper training instead of throwing them out on the street in volume and then hoping that half of them stick, because that's not working anymore. So give them the appropriate training, give them a career path. But also, I think we also need to take in mind that this is a different generation. It's like they change much quicker. And especially after COVID, it's like it's harder to get people in these type of roles because people are also afraid, like, what if we go on lockdown? Then I lose my job. I can't pay my rent. I can pay my next beer if I'm a student, right? So I think to have that in mind as well, to have a continuously plan, I can pronounce the word, contingency.
Contingency.
Yeah, that one. Thank you. If something happens, that there's a backup plan that you can move them into, I don't know, like telephone fundraising or something, but that you talk to them about what their fears might be, and that you have like a plan in place, like, you start as a fundraiser, but you could be the global specialist, or you could go into programs, or you could go into humanitarian work. So it's not just the summer job for fundraising. So train them, look after them, but also make sure that you give them the career opportunities that they're after, especially following your research, Stefan. That's what a lot of them want.
Yeah, makes sense. Stefan, any final words before we head to break?
Well, I totally agree with what was saying, and I really keep the timekeeper, make the timekeeper to support you. And just one side note to all of yes, we will share all the slides and everything.
Well, that's a good way to wrap up, isn't it? Good news, everyone. You're going to get the slides. Okay, my friends, Stefan, Elspeth, always lovely to chat to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you,
Stefan,
guys.
thank you very much for sharing those research results with you. Fantastic. Okay, everyone, we're going to head straight to break now. I'm not going to waste any time. Let's come back at about 10 past, and then we'll be going into our next session where we'll be talking about data. So leading face-to-face fundraising teams to long-term success by using the right data. And I've seen Max from Formunauts and these other speakers share this before. This is really interesting stuff coming up. So do come back after the break. You've got about 9 minutes, and then we'll come back and head into that next session. So go grab a quick cup of tea, and I will see you shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth session of the Face-to-Face Online Summit. This session is all about, are we measuring the right things? And not only are we measuring, but of course, are we also doing the right things to bring our teams into the right direction to make sure they have long-term success. I'm not alone here today. As you can see, I've got some experts with me today. I've got Paula Redley from Greenpeace UK, head of face-to-face acquisitions, who is joining us today and going to talk about a very interesting topic about how they slightly changed how they pay fundraisers, or what effects lifetime value has on this. And also with me today is Michael from World Vision Austria, and they've done some great stuff, similar direction but very different approach. Also how to motivate fundraisers in a positive way. And also by measuring something else, which is the World Vision coin, also very interesting. And both of them have something in common. They both work in-house with face-to-face, but also with agencies. So that is very interesting as well. And I'm from Formonauts. I'm managing director of Formonauts. We provide face-to-face software, and we also have the face-to-face marketplace, which provides also face-to-face acquisition. However, today I am wearing different hats because, as you might have seen on the website, there were different faces there as well. Unfortunately, not everyone could be here, but luckily I've got the data and I can share this data. And I will just swap between my hat and Andy from Bernardo's hat. Andy from Bernardo's who's also doing in-house and with agencies. This session today is all about inspiring you guys out there. So this is just a small glimpse into what you can expect at the real face-to-face conference next year. And so please be inspired to do such a thing in your local face-to-face community. Just sit down with experts, have a coffee, and talk about cool things you did, what you learned. And I'm really excited about hearing now from Paula what she has done and the Greenpeace team has done in the UK. Before I hand over, one more thing. If you ask questions, you can do this. There's somewhere a channel where you can ask questions, and you can please do so. And very important, stay until the end of the summit because there's going to be something very special as well. But without further ado, I am very happy to pass over to Paula.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. So I'm here to talk about our new points-based system that we have implemented at Greenpeace. So as Max said, we do in-house, door-to-door, and also festivals. And we also work with some agencies on events and door-to-door as well. At the moment, we're about 45% door-to-door and 36% festivals, with 19% of our donors coming in from 2 different agencies. And I think one thing that we've really found in our in-house teams is that over the years, we've often copied different methods of paying bonuses and hourly rates accompanying that. And for me, I think the bonuses are quite important. I know a lot of the industry has moved away from a commission-based system, which I'm glad we have, but I think the bonuses are really important for motivating the right staff. And I think historically, the way that we did bonuses was very much to kind of set parameters of average age, average donation, get this number of supporters in the week. And it kind of works, but we did have this kind of perpetual rumble from fundraisers that, you know, oh, but I get massive donations, but I was one sign up off, but I've raised loads of money and I've not got my bonus, or I haven't hit my target. And, you know, then they could go into a performance review system or something, when actually they've raised quite a lot of money and their attrition is really good. And equally, you get those fundraisers who say, look, I brought in double the sign-ups of someone else, but I'm not very good at asking for a high average donation. And it was always this kind of backwards and forwards. And because average age is so important when it comes to retention of supporters, we always had an average age in place. But it was difficult because, you know, you could get a 21-year-old supporter and a 90-year-old supporter. Neither of them were in the kind of range that we were really looking for in a really quality supporter, but the average age would end up to be good. So you could get real differences in fundraiser quality and supporter quality, but have the KPIs to actually be the same. So we wanted to kind of rethink how we did this system and reward people as fairly as possible and also be as transparent as possible with fundraisers. So we went to our data team and we asked them to find out what were the biggest drivers for supporter retention. You know, we looked at everything from email opt-ins to demographic of where they lived, average age, etc. And basically, when it came down to it, there was 3 main things that made the difference of how long that person gives for. And that was whether they give monthly, quarterly, or biannually. There's very much little difference between that, or whether they give annually. We have 4 methods of donating. And the next thing was the age of the supporter and how much they give. But it was the intersectionality of the age with the donation amount that made the biggest difference. And so we formed our system around that. and we came up with this table. And I asked the data team to come up with, it's not quite a lifetime value, it's a 5-year value of a donor. So for example, looking at the table on the left-hand side, if a 40-year-old donates £10 a month, that value is £280 to Greenpeace in the lifetime of that donor, or within 5 years of them giving. If that 40-year-old donates £5, their lifetime value to us is worth £151. And so we got this value of what that donor was kind of worth to us. This didn't include upgrades. It's really complicated to add that in. But just on the work that one face-to-face fundraiser's done, if they didn't have an upgrade, this is what how much money they would bring in. And what we did is we turned that value into a points system. And we just said that the number of pounds that you bring in is worth this number of points. And then we just gave them a target for points in the week. For example, if they do a 5-day week, we'd be hoping that they would go for 1,750 points. So in that week, they also finished the week knowing what their value to Greenpeace in terms of financial support was. And it's really motivating. They finish, our top performers will finish on 3,000 points for the week. And we'll say to them, wow, the work you've done this week will raise £3,000 for Greenpeace. And that will keep going on. And it's really motivating from that terms, but also it's really fair. So if you get a fundraiser who tends to recruit the older fundraiser, the older supporter with a higher donation, we know that they're worth more to us, and so we reward them for that. And those fundraisers that just sign up, 21-year-olds for low donations, they're not going to hit their targets. And so we found it to be really, really successful method. We've also done it for annuals. It is slightly different sort of values for that, and we also have much lower minimums for annuals. So we have these two tables. Every fundraiser carries this table with them. It's in their pay structure. But actually, when they sign people up using their Formanauts platform, it tells them how many points they're on, so they can see how far off their target they are. So it kind of looks complicated when it's like this, but it's all in the system calculated for them. So it's not like they're having to do those maths or anything like that. And we've got the different kind of colored squares on here just to show them like where you're going to get the biggest bonus and what they should be aiming for, without having that pressure of like, you need this amount for your next sign up. They know they can go away and get 2 really low donations and it will make up for 1 big one. And so we're about a year on from this process now, and so we've done a bit of a review. How's it going? Does it match the model that we put in? Are those lifetime values actually still the same a year later using the system? We basically found that it is. That's the short story. We found that if anything, the live data, which is kind of the last year of signups, was slightly better quality than the model that we put in. And the model was based on about the last 4 or 5 years worth of donors. So we've seen an increase in the quality of the data. I think that's partly because the fundraisers really understood the table. They understood that this was the value to Greenpeace. It clicked that younger donor just isn't worth as much to us. So they really understood why they shouldn't be signing up younger people. It was no longer in their interest to do that so much. And we've seen a decrease in those younger donors by about 14%. And we've seen an increase in that sort of middle range from 25-year-olds to 55-year-olds. The slight catch with this is that this whole test we've been doing was in COVID times. So I suspect this is slightly skewed by that as well, because so many more people were working from home. I think we're seeing more of that middle range than we would have done when we've done door to door. So it could be partly due to that. But on the whole, I think we're seeing more quality donors coming in from doing this, which is really good. And as for the amounts, we've seen the kind of system that we use, it doesn't incentivize high donation amounts from younger donors. And so we've seen that the average donation has decreased for younger people, and it's increased for older people because they understand that the retention is better, and therefore they will bring in a higher lifetime value if they get a higher donation from an older person. So I think more than anything, it's an understanding from their point of view of things that I think previously managers really understood, and I'm not really sure the fundraisers always got it. This table and this method really sort of makes that really clear to them. So yeah, that's the process. Questions?
Thank you so much. There was I only heard it like we had talks a couple of months ago, and now finally seeing it and what the result that really looks great. I think about transparency to the fundraiser. It's about making sure that you really understand why these rules are in place, not just saying you're not allowed to do this, but actually communicating this, and that's a great way. I have a question. How did the fundraisers actually react to this? Like when they first saw this, how was the reaction from the face-to-face fundraisers?
It was really good. After a few grumbles on the previous system, I don't think I've had a single person complain about this one, which is really nice. Because a lot of our long-term fundraisers have been around a while, and they've often got suggestions, and they used to always have suggestions in the pay structure, and they haven't.
It's a crucial thing, right? Like getting a good pay structure is like an art form in face-to-face.
Yeah, exactly. And there's always someone who wants something different. But with this, I think they just get it. The one thing I missed off is just to say that we do take one-off donations now. And so if you take like a £10 one-off, it counts for 10 points. So again, pounds equals points. And they just, they really like that you can kind of like, it doesn't really matter how you get to the goal. You can do it in your different ways. Like you can have a more flexible approach to fundraising. Ultimately, it's to bring in this amount of money for Greenpeace. And so, they love it, as far as I know.
Great stuff.
Great. Awesome. Congratulations for this solution, Paula. Really. Just one question I have. Were there any issues when you started with this?
Not really, to be honest. I think it was just, it was quite long in the making, I think, just from the data side of things. And, I think this was fairly new for Formanauts to do, if I'm right in saying, Max. I think we'd said there was a point system, but it was quite complicated with all the different things. But, once it's in place, it's run really, really smoothly.
Probably as the face-to-face fundraiser, my first question would have been, do I need to calculate this myself? So, cool. Very, very great stuff. Thanks a lot for bringing this and sharing. That's also great to see like a one year in hindsight. Very, very nice. Okay, so I will now add something which is a bit different, because now Paula has presented a very like a large-scale statistics numbers crunching approach, which is amazing. And of course, Greenpeace has all the data to do this. And I would like to present something which is a bit different, and maybe also leads them over to Michael, to his topic. And for that, I'll just quickly also share my screen and the presentation I've prepared. 1 second. So you should see my screen now. Can you see it? Yeah, fantastic. So what we did a couple of years ago, we said, okay, we also want to measure donor happiness, because of course donor lifetime, and that is, I think, obviously the numbers that you presented, Paula, are probably very, very much like Greenpeace numbers, right? So it very much depends also on what's the retention journey, how specific do these donor groups react to Greenpeace, and of course there are some things like the age and the amount that will be have an effect no matter what charity you are. But it's the overall statistics, and the one thing that we also find interesting is getting down to the particular donor, so getting the feedback of each donor, if that is possible. And so this is one method that is used, and I think there are many different surveys out there. We didn't invent this. Obviously, Uber or any other thing we're using online is asking you for feedback. But just quickly how it works, and then we'll go to the results. What it looks like is basically you send out an SMS or email asking for feedback, and then the donor can press on that link, gets redirected to the official website, can then rate the conversation. Very easy, so we didn't want to have a long survey. Get as many feedbacks back as possible. 1 out of 5 stars. You would then give also a compliment. So it's a high focus also on getting positive feedback, because it's about motivating the fundraisers. And then you can leave a custom comment. And that's a very basic, simple tool. When we first presented this, we're basically three types of clients. The first part was like, yeah, let's do this. That's great. But some then said, okay, we'll only get back the positives, because obviously these, they have signed up as a supporter. So why would we use this? And was quite interesting for me, because well, of course, we want to get the positives as well, right? And I did a lot of interviews over the last couple of months, and many people, when I asked them, do you have a rigid process when it comes to complaints? They all said yes, like there is a complaint form and you have to do a statement, and there's like track against the fundraiser, how many complaints and all these things. And when I asked them to have a rigid process to ensure they also get the positives, do you measure the positives as well? Do you communicate it to the fundraiser? Oftentimes the answer was, yeah, no, actually not. So again, here it's about what do we measure? And I think measuring the positives and communicating them to the fundraiser, it's absolutely crucial. But going back to what other people said, others said we get a lot of cancellations. So we're not using this, right? So that was in the early days of this feature. And what actually happened is, when we look at how many people actually give a rating, 30% do give a rating on average, which is yeah, great success, I think, in terms of getting back a survey about donor satisfaction. And the good news is 4.8 is the average star rating we're seeing, right, across all campaigns that have this feature enabled. And only very, very little amounts are actually giving 4 or even less stars. And one very important thing to mention here is, of course, 5 stars is great, but 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star, you can already start going into being proactive, welcome calling them as well, making sure you really care about the feedback, and then they stay longer. So measuring these things is a very important thing as you start the donor journey very early on. And 10% actually leave a comment. And I want to share a couple of comments, but I only want to do one and read it out. I think it's actually from Greenpeace UK. What the donor said about the conversation was that the fundraiser was exceptionally well informed, with just the right amount of knowledge and passion, delivered in a way that made me think about my own views and what I want to do to make a difference. And such a great person. And the important thing is, this is visible to the fundraiser. And I think that is very important. No matter how you do this, please don't just send an Excel spreadsheet with your call center results to the agency or to the team manager, because they will never make it to the face-to-face fundraiser. And it's a very tough job. And if we measure complaints and all the other things, we should definitely measure positive reviews and communicate them, because that is what really counts. And face-to-face isn't perfect, but we can keep up with the best with our satisfaction scores. And the Vienna Symphonica, I had to put this in because we're sitting in Vienna. These are the guys doing the newest concerts, so fairly decent orchestra. They only get 4.7 stars, so they're not as happy with the orchestra than they are with face-to-face. And House of Dragon, haven't watched it, but also not as good as face-to-face fundraisers. And to throw me in as a comparison as well, just me trying to sit in a car, I've got, yeah, I don't know how I managed to get only 4.66 stars. It's been embarrassing. But anyway, so this really shows that it's important to measure things, because we do it all the time, and we need to share the positives in face-to-face. We can't just focus on the negatives, and there's so much great stuff out there. And so, yeah, just want to throw that in. And we'll now hand over to Michael, who has, yeah, also I think used some of this in the way how they interact with the face-to-face fundraisers.
Thanks, Max. Yeah, I will go back to the donation feedback you showed us at the moment, but first I want to talk about another topic, solution approach we use in World Vision Austria. I would also like to share my screen to talk about gamification, and donation. The donor feedback you showed us is one part of this, but first of all, I have to find a solution for this problem, sharing my screen with you and the audience. So you can see my screen? Great. Okay, so let's start. Yeah, talking about a solution through deepening the collaboration with our external face-to-face providers. The results after we started with the solution were that we could increase 7% of the sign-up rates of the face-to-face campaign that year. We also could increase the average age by 6 years, and we could reduce the no-show rate in the channel face-to-face, working together with this agency by 50%. But how? Yeah, as Max said, face-to-face is a really tough and challenging channel, but it's one of the most important challenges for all of us, all charities all over the world. We at World Vision Austria, we are working with our own in-house team and also with external service providers who are specialized on face-to-face, like Paula also in the UK did for Greenpeace. What I want to talk today is about gamification and about intensify the collaboration between us as a charity and our external service providers, because it's all about partnership and sharing. That's what I'm convinced about. And we found in this solution a possibility to share know-how for the face-to-face fundraisers through intensify the training, materials, the tools, innovation. We found a solution to motivate the fundraisers in an easy way, and also give the fundraisers the appreciation they deserve, because we all are convinced about it. It is a tough job. And when we talk about retention of face-to-face fundraisers, it's all about the recruiting is a problem, the recruiting of new face-to-face staff, and also how long are the face-to-face fundraisers working for us as a charity. And that we want to solve with this. It's, as I said, about gamification. But what is gamification? It's the transfer of a game typical elements and processes into external context with the aim of changing behavior and increase motivation among the users. We translated this on face-to-face. Because on face-to-face, it's the basic motivation of our fundraisers every single day, hunting for new donors, collecting new monies for the projects from World Vision, and playing with their communication skills. And we found a solution in the software, but it's not ours. We didn't develop it. It's a software solution which was developed, which is freely available for everyone. Thanks, Max. We only have seen a way to implement our interpretation of gamification and the right goal-oriented use for the face-to-face fundraisers. First, we used it in the in-house team, and then we made it available also for our external agencies as a competition for their fundraisers. So the backbone of this collaboration between us, World Vision Austria, and our external service providers is this gamification set. It's a set about 12 achievements the face-to-face fundraisers have to reach, to unlock. It's triggered about the most important and relevant KPIs in the face-to-face fundraising, qualitative KPIs and quantitative KPIs. And every time, so we saw a lot of multiple efforts in this use to optimize also the face-to-face channel, to optimize the face-to-face campaigns for World Vision. Why? Because agencies or external service providers are happy to accept any input they can get from us NGOs. If it's an input that helps them to better manage their face-to-face fundraisers. What agencies don't want is the feeling to be controlled too much. But if it's useful service, they accept it grateful. The more professional NGOs deals, that's what I'm convinced about, with the topic face-to-face, the more professional service providers and their fundraisers act, because we all want the same. It's not important if they're face-to-face fundraisers from in-house teams who, yes, I'm convinced about it, they can identify more with the projects, but also the face-to-face fundraisers from external service providers, from agencies, and when they're working for many different NGOs all over the campaign and all over the year, we all want the same thing, and that's to make the world a little bit better. So yeah, as I said, the gamification set we embedded is about unlocking 12 achievements. But first of all, what should be in an achievement? The achievement, as I said, is also an easy possibility for us to give transpiration, visualize the impact of the face-to-face fundraiser, but also to give them know-how about the project work from World Vision. So what should be in an achievement? It's a lot about culture. It's important to reflect culture and bring together the set of achievements that your fundraisers will love. We want to show the fundraisers their impact as a face-to-face fundraiser. That's also part of giving them their appreciation. And as Paula also mentioned, to be transparent and to show them, hey, how important their work is. And that's what we found in this gamification chat, because we can show the impact instead the face-to-face fundraiser has. I will show you in an example what I meant with this. Yeah, the design is also important, but also the triggers. Choose the right triggers so every aspect of the face-to-face campaign are covered. What do I mean? As I said, it's about triggers face-to-face fundraisers need to be motivated and to be focused on acquire new donors. So the most, what are every time to find the right answer, what are the right KPIs and the right triggers for the qualitative KPIs and the most quantitative KPIs. So here, for example, that's an achievement the face-to-face fundraiser unlocks for his performance, and how we try to visualize the impact the fundraiser has. That's one of these 12 achievements. It's called Chicken Farmer. This achievement is unlocked from the face-to-face fundraiser when he reaches a goal, a target of 7 sign-ups, 7 new sponsorships for World Vision in this example. And when he reaches his target of 7 sign-ups, this achievement is shown or unlocked on his device, digital device, because the most of them are working with tablets on the street, on his dashboard, on his screen. And so he sees instant, okay, I've reached my 7 signups, and okay, that's my impact. Chicken Farmer, because what's the Chicken Farmer about? You've fundraised over 250 euros, and therewith you help, as the face-to-face fundraiser, a farmer to set up a chicken farm with 120 chickens. Because that's an example for the collected donations, what we as World Vision can do with this money in our projects. For example, another example, I will go back to the donation feedback, Max, you showed us before, is it's also important to give this feedback, these 5-star ratings the fundraiser gets instant. We combined it also in this gamification set, and every time it's embedded in the welcome email. After the signature, after the donor signs up, he gets this welcome email with the information about World Vision, and in this email there is the possibility that the donor gives the face-to-face fundraiser feedback. And every time the face-to-face fundraiser gets this 5-star rating, his achievement on his screen is unlocked I like feedback. You do a great job. You got another 5-star rating. Yes, we all, when I go back to this slide, these 12 achievements, we started this in collaboration with our external service provider and give them the theme, go on a collection of World Vision coins. We gave them a competition to manage their face-to-face personnel much more easier and to motivate them. And so the face-to-face fundraisers of this agency are all started to play this game, if we can say, to collect World Vision coins, because every of these achievements has a coin on the side. And it is about quality, successful face-to-face fundraisers. Fundraisers can collect World Vision coins for the most relevant qualitative and quantitative KPIs, because the fundraiser who collect the most World Vision coins over a campaign over 1 year of this external service provider wins a ticket for a field trip with us. Yeah, and when we talk about, okay, show the face-to-face fundraiser his impact, what's better than to take him with us in the project to show him what he helped us to implement in our projects. So it's all about this World Vision coins and collect the most of to win this ticket. So it's an easy competition for the agency to motivate the face-to-face fundraisers. It's an easy way for us to transfer know-how and make the work from World Vision more transparent, also for the face-to-face fundraiser, and to give them a competition they can play, and that they get also the appreciation they, as a face-to-face fundraiser, deserve in this hard job. Yeah.
Very nice.
Because why this game? Our thesis behind is when we talk about retention, also about retention of new donors, not just retention of face-to-face fundraisers. I'm convinced about this thesis behind. Happy fundraisers acquire happy long-term donors. Sad fundraisers acquire sad short-term donors. That's what I'm convinced about. Yeah, and through that, as I said at the beginning, as we started with this 2020, I'm sorry, we started before COVID. We could increase the sign-up rate from this agency about 7%. We increased the age average of the new acquired donors by 6 years, and we could reduce the no-show rate about 50%. So for us as World Vision, this campaign was a fully success when we compare it with the years before, because we could generate an extra of 200,000 euros for the projects of World Vision. Yeah, short insight in our approach and topic about gamification and how we use it at World Vision Austria.
Very nice. Thanks for the insight. It's always cool. I've seen it a couple of times, obviously, being involved in setting this up. And every time I'm quite amazed by how much love also went into these little visualizations. So it's like really World Vision branded. It really looks nice. I think it's a very positive way to communicate. So are there any questions for that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered, like, did you, from the point when you implemented it, did you make any changes to it? So if you were starting it again, you do it slightly differently?
Let me say no. At the moment, not. Maybe, one or two new achievements. Depends on, okay, what can we do more? But I'm really surprised about it. That's also, it's about 3 years now old, this project. It's also on point and quite successful at the moment. I have ideas about the future, in which way this all can go. But at first, we have to find technical solutions. But at the moment, it's, for me, perfect.
Nice. It's good if a system works, right? Okay. So I think now is a little bit of time for me to wear a different hat, and I'm morphing into being Andy. I'm Andy now from Barnados. Very important thing is, before I move to being Andy, I think we're now moving away from just speaking about direct debit, but speaking about beyond regular giving and direct debit, because when speaking about measuring the right things, we spoke about direct debit long-term giving, right? Paula just mentioned bonds. You're now doing also one-off donations, so maybe that's leading to the next point now. But a fundraiser is obviously not just a person who can acquire long-term donors, but can also be a person who inspires people to engage in different ways, or to acquire long-term supporters, not only via direct debit, but also other methods. And I think what we're seeing in some of the data is that this actually also has a massive impact on long-term support. And you mentioned earlier, Paula, that you are basically also doing one-off donations. You added this to the mix what the fundraiser can offer. And how was that for you? Is there any, for the face-to-face fundraiser, how was their reaction? Was it like, oh my God, now I need to do like 2 things? Or was it nice, I've got more options? Or how was it for the face-to-face fundraisers?
No, they've been asking for it for years, so it was finally got to offer it. I think for me, it's, I've done a lot of door-to-door myself, and I think when you're talking to a supporter, they want to donate, and you can't offer what they want to give. It's like, it's awkward to say no, isn't it? And I always felt uncomfortable turning down any donation. And it's one of the reasons we do really low annual gifts. It's so like everybody can donate, and you're not just looking for the £8 or £10 a month and saying no to all that money in between. I think there used to be like a bit of a feeling that, oh well, if they can give £5, they can give £10, and I just don't think that's true, or they won't, or they don't want to. And so I think it gives a lot more choice for the supporter. They're going to keep giving if they've chosen to do that, and you haven't forced them into doing something that they're not really that comfortable with. So I think the one-off donation, we do it as a drop ask. So if you ask them to do a regular donation, they don't want to do it, then at least you're walking away with something. And yeah, it's been really good from our side.
Okay, that is good to hear. And one thing I oftentimes heard, still people are wondering, when you started introducing this one-off option as a drop ask, did you see any drop in like the regular sign-up rate? Did they all just start signing up one-off donors, or was it still fairly similar, just some one-off donors on top of that, or what was the reaction performance-wise?
No, it was fine. We got them on to, like, our sign-ups per hour rate was the same. I think possibly coincidentally, our sign-up rate actually went up. And I think one of the reasons why it's good to offer that low thing is because nowadays, I don't think there's many charities that are getting more than a couple of sign-ups a day on average, or maybe at events it's a lot more, but certainly like door-to-door or street, they're probably getting 2 a day-ish. Yeah. And I don't know, when I started fundraising, you get like 8 in a day, and that's 8 times you're like, yes, I got one. Yes, I got one. And so we started introducing these, not even so much for the financial implication, but more for the fundraiser morale. That confidence that's so important in a face-to-face fundraiser, and a little £5 one-off will give them enough confidence to go on to the next or do another really good conversation, and then maybe get a £10 a month. So for me, it's more about the fundraiser morale, and I think it's really important for that. But if anything, it aided our other sign-ups. I was surprised how few they got. They don't get as many as I thought they'd get. And that's because they don't have a high incentive to do that. But I think if your training is good and your system is good, then you don't over-incentivize it, then it won't cannibalize it.
I think it's very interesting. But I think there's momentum that you have a fundraiser here in the US getting a positive spec. yeah, that is absolutely crucial. And if you hear, I mean, World Vision, I've also did fundraising for World Vision myself for child sponsorships, and there's like 30 euros a month was minimum donation amount. And of course, you do get less yeses, even than with normal face-to-face options. I think yeah, same thing with now one-off donations, and it's really, I think it also links back to if you get the positive feedback back, or what Vision is doing with the gamification, that also gives you not the same amount of yes as a new donor, but you get the donor and then you maybe get another yes, a little push, you know what I mean? But it's very good to hear that the sign-up rate, if anything, went up. That's interesting. Yeah.
But as I can say, that are also our experiences. We started with our main offer is the sponsorship with 30 euros per month, but we started this year or last year with also one-off donations, and the sign-up rates didn't go down. It's on top.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I also brought some data, or Bernardo's gave me some data. So I will just share the screen again, which basically links, I think, pretty much what you also said, Paula and Michael. I will just share the screen again. I hope that works. So can you see the screen? Yeah, great. So this is one of the myths, obviously, with what I just mentioned earlier. You know, we're offering one-off donations or petitions or anything other than just the regular giving ask. They will go down, and you know, as you just said, no, it doesn't go down. With Bernardo's, and I think probably Bernardo's is one of the most progressive when it comes to testing out new things. So what Bernardo said, okay, more choice is great, like period, that's always great. Fundraisers love it. And they do offer even more than just one-off. So they have many different products the fundraisers do offer. So they offer regular giving direct debit, so normal donation campaign with direct debit. Then they offer regular giving with the option to donate via credit cards or debit cards. So CCA means continuous card authorization. So it's credit cards, debit cards. Then they offer one-off donation via instant payments, so the same thing. So it's credit cards, debit cards, where you can take the payment as well, but just a one-off payment on the spot. And then they do, in addition to that, also lottery, which is, because of regulatory reasons, just direct debit. And it's a very UK specific thing, so you can't, like a monthly raffle where you pay and then you sign up to this lottery. But they're offering like 4 different things to engage with the general public and different payment methods. And I also asked them the same question, okay, did you see anything in terms of drop of sign-up rate? They said no. Actually, the team, yeah, was very positive. And they also do like a very low amount, like it's 0.5 per shift, so it's not massive amounts. But I then asked him, okay, do you train like the fundraisers, or do you pay them differently for one-offs, or what is your way of managing the one-offs regarding avoiding any negative effects on regular gifts? The answer was very interesting. They said, actually, no. I think they slightly increased the monthly target of how many signups, but it doesn't matter whether or not you're bringing all of them one-off or all of them regular giving. And still, they didn't see a drop in regular giving, because the fundraisers, they do understand why regular giving is so important. And it's, I think, very nice linking back to transparency and communicating, and yeah, just making sure fundraisers understand what is important for the charity. And in this particular case, they didn't do any special rewards or any special training. They just said, this is another option. You can use it, you cannot use it. And it's been very, very positive. And so, yeah, I think it's really, really the same as you said. And what I also did is I asked people when they use petitions as a dropout. So going in with regular giving as the lead, and then, okay, you can't make a regular donation, but just want to sign a form against something or for something, just without a payment. And what came back is the same thing, not a problem with regular sign-up rates. And per day, 4.2%, also on top of the regular donor signups, which is, I think, a very decent number in terms of petitions. Depends on what you do with them, right? You can call them, for example, convert to later, but also no negative effects on the regular giving ask. And another charity I asked was doing a bit differently. So they started using petitions as an opener. So they go in with a petition, and everyone who signs a petition then also is asked, hey, actually, now we've signed a petition, do you also want to do like a recurring donation? And they get 2.6 signatures per regular donor. So, well, I think it's a bit, obviously, if you have like a 2 average usually per day on a regular donor, it's a bit more than with having it as a drop ask. But the important thing here as well, they didn't detect any negatives. So they actually measure this from time to time. And also they didn't see any problems with having this as an additional, or actually in this topic as a leading art even for the regular donation campaign. So again, I think this is about what are we measuring, what are we also not only measuring, but what are we enabling our fundraisers to do, right? So on this call, both of you allow to also capture one-off donations. That is brilliant, and that results in more yeses, results also more revenue, more donations, and that is, I think, contributing to the overall effectiveness of face-to-face fundraising. So yeah. And one thing I was also told to say is there was a myth, and that is that credit cards do expire. And I think it's particularly interesting maybe for Michael from World Vision, that there is this topic about credit cards expiring, especially in Austria still. And this is true for Austria, unfortunately. I have to disappoint you here. But for other markets like the UK, that isn't true anymore, because these cards do not expire. And they, again, if you offer not only direct debit, but also credit cards as another option to donate money to your charity, that also helps the fundraisers to be more effective in the long term. And Bernardo's has given me some proof for that statement, because this is the active donors. And I need to explain this a little bit because it might be a bit confusing. The first month, the first payment with credit cards, you already get the first payment, right? Because direct debit takes some weeks to set it up, and you oftentimes don't get the first month. And therefore, you get in the first month with credit cards, you lose maybe 1%, maybe 2% because of refunds, but all the rest is processed like on the spot. Like you sign the person up, it's processed directly, you get the funds. Apart from a very small percentage of refunds, that is what you're getting already at point of sign up. But it gets even more interesting if you then look further down the line, where you see when we're comparing 3 payments, so that is first, second, third for credit cards, you have still out of 100, 83 are still active. For direct debit, only 72 are still active. And if you go to the next stage, you even lose more. So switching, if this is possible in your market in terms of updating the card to credit cards, definitely was a very good choice for Bernardo's. And this is something where the face-to-face fundraiser, speaking about retention, yeah, this is nothing he can really change if he hasn't got the option to do it, right? So it's about offering this as a possibility on the form as a way of engaging with, yeah, the general public. So I think that was what was given to me by Andy. I hope I did a good job. Saying this. Are there any questions from you, Michael or Paula?
Yes, sure, because I'm quite interested to also use it in Austria, but I know it's a problem with the credit cards. You told, okay, in other markets like UK, there are any problems anymore, but how did you solve the problem with the expiration date?
Well, that is something that was solved for them, I think. It's like basically the banks have to communicate the new card details. That's basically something they all should be doing. But in some markets, they are doing it. In other markets, that's not really rolled out to a degree where we would say it really has an impact. So in the UK, for example, also Ireland, or I think France or Turkey, it's got a very good coverage of actually getting the new credit card numbers. But I think Germany, they also said allegedly it's working now. But the problem is they don't tell you any exact numbers. They just say it's working. So you need to test. And since Austria might be a bit behind Germany in terms of developing these things, I think it might take a bit longer. But yeah, it's about testing. I think we're in close contact, obviously, with the providers, but it's something where that's the higher power. So, but also to mention everything, of course, many carriers do accept credit cards already, and there is a process to update them via, calling people, sending them emails. So there have been a lot of recurring credit card donations also before that, but now going to scale with face-to-face, that is something that now is just starting in the UK and Ireland with more credit cards, because this is really well working now. Yeah. Okay. I think we're almost done. I think we are even maybe a bit over the time already. So I'll just do one last thing where I want to say, first of all, thanks for listening in. I think it's very important that we do have these conversations on a regular basis. Please come to the REAL conference in Vienna. There won't be the Vienna Symphonics playing, but a lot of great sessions and a lot of time to talk over all these things in a bit more time. I think it really shows there are many ways to communicate, and what we need to do is communicate with the fundraisers, make them understand what is important to us as a charity, as face-to-face fundraising, face-to-face fundraisers. And so, yeah, if there are any questions, please let us know. And the next session is about donor journeys, so very exciting. And yes, so thanks for listening in, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Michael, for being part of the session.
Thank you, gang. So I'm going to bring Max back on in a second. There's a lot of love for you here, Max. A lot of love for your Formunaut software.
Yeah.
People impressed by the gamification side of it, by some of the data you're sharing. And I always love that you and your team are very generous about sharing what's going on behind the scenes in terms of data and supporting conferences like this. So thank you very much. How are you doing?
Okay. First of all, I have to make a disclaimer. The guy with the name Max J. Con on the chat, that's me. I just had a typo in there because people are asking, is it you? Yeah, that's me.
And you, I bet you get in trouble about your forms having donor names spelt wrong. And your name is spelled as, and look, Max, you're a victim of your own data.
Absolutely.
Quality. That's all right. Come here. You've been very good at answering questions and responding to people in the chat. There's just one question I want to highlight here, and there's one other thing I want to ask you. We don't have a whole lot of time because we're running a little bit over. But Peter asked an interesting question about attrition of one-off donors. I don't know if you have anything to hand on that. And obviously, a one-off donor, it's kind of harder to measure the attrition of whether they're going to come back. But I'm curious, do you know anything about these one-off donors that are recruited on the street? Because that's a new thing since my time as a face-to-face fundraiser. We can only take monthly. Yeah. What happens to one-off donors? Do they come back? Do they renew? Do they convert to monthly?
Well, obviously that depends highly on what you do with them and what the strategy is. So if you don't call them, do nothing, well, then it's obviously not gonna do a lot. But what we actually did in Germany, we did a test via the marketplace where we're not only just providing software, but also being a bit more creative about campaign setups. So the reason why we went back into the game of creating face-to-face campaigns was that we saw that there is a lot of technology out there, and obviously in a normal face-to-face day-to-day business, you don't have everything in your head, and you can't really sit down and say, okay, I've heard about fundraising automation and about all these fancy APIs sending data back and forth, and now I come up with a new creative idea. But anyway, so we do have this information. We came up with a campaign idea, and that was actually, also testing if we do a lead campaign. So just asking about, basically, you want to sign up as a person who's interested, actually was World Vision Germany. Then also gave the choice, some of them to say, okay, you can also give a one-off donation. And what we saw in conversion rates was that people who gave a one-off donation had a massively higher conversion rate than people who didn't give a one-off donation on the street. So someone who just gave a signature wouldn't convert as good as someone who gave a one-off donation, even if the one-off donation was as high as, I don't know, 50 euros or even more. They were more likely to convert on a conversion call a week later. And so that was quite interesting, and we love to do these tests just to find out, because one theory was, if someone gives on the street already, would they just say on the phone, well, I already did my part, why would I now convert to long-term donors? Whereas others said, well, they are already committed, more committed than maybe the person just giving the signature. But yeah, we have proof on this now. That's definitely the case. So people who do give a one-off donation, the higher the amount, even the higher the conversion rate. But only if you do call them. If you do nothing with them, then they won't come by themselves and say, yes, now I want to convert. You have to do something.
And I mean, that leads me on to the other thing I wanted to talk about, because, I'm obsessed with telephone and welcome calls and things like this. And I talk to clients a lot about welcome calls. And I can never believe when people do face-to-face campaigns, when they don't follow up by phone or do any kind of follow-up. And one of the interesting things that you shared was getting this donor feedback very quickly, where people
Yes.
can, like you said, like an Uber driver, they can rate it, they can give compliments and stuff. I would have loved to have seen that kind of technology when I was on the street or when I was running an agency. And yet you're saying that some clients still don't want it. So,
well, that was in the when we first rolled it out. It's now like a couple of years ago, and this is not a second iteration. We rebuilt most part of it and also added reminders and added the compliments. So now, also by sharing, and people come back and say, "Oh, I didn't think that is such a good result." So now I also want to start using this. So it has been a great success, and I think last year I was actually fundraising myself again. I went out for one day fundraising on the street again, and actually I was like refreshing my page because I was motivated by the positive feedback. And so that really showed, okay, even a very old school fundraiser like I am, I'm still like, I really want to have this positive feedback. So that's also something. When I was a fundraiser, we also didn't have this, and it was very hard, or barely any positive feedback coming back. If there was some feedback, it was more like, hey, you maybe did something wrong, but there was not really a process behind saying, hey, thank you, and your donors are really happy. So that was for us very important to put the fundraising to the center, because end of the day, I think also as Michael said on the call, it's about making happy fundraisers create happy donors, and it's a very tough job, and we need to make sure that the positives are heard, and that the fundraisers get this pat on the back. So yeah.
100%, totally agree, and I love that you guys have done that. But even the negative feedback, people see negative feedback as as a guillotine, as like a terrible thing. The negative feedback is actually a real opportunity there, because you learn from it, you become a better fundraiser from it. And I remember reading interesting statistics about customer service, that if someone complains, they end up happier than if they just kept it to themselves. So actually, for them to be able to vent and say 1 star, I was pressured, or the person didn't tell me this, like there's lots of benefits to that as well. And I think we need to see this negative feedback as not a huge criticism, but an opportunity for us to learn.
Absolutely, and totally agree. And yeah, I mean, it's also here again, it's important, what do you do with this feedback? So if you ask for feedback, someone complains or whatever, isn't 100% happy, what do you do with this? If you don't do anything with it, it might turn even worse and say, wow, they asked me for feedback, but they don't respond. Whereas if you do get feedback and you then reach out, you can have like the super long-term committed supporter, because they're like, wow, they really care about me, and they listen to my feedback. Very interestingly, when there was something like a cancel in the comments, so there are some people, but they mention, I'm thinking about canceling. They don't say, I'm out, I'm canceling. We read through, honestly, thousands of comments, skimmed through. It was, whenever it was cancelled, it always was, I'm thinking about canceling my donation. And then it's like, okay, you're thinking about it because of something. So let's reach out, phone this person, and ensure he or she sticks around with us. So it's a great opportunity. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Where can I get one of those hoodies?
Oh, that's a special one.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Like it. I'll be on to you about one of those. All right, Max, we're going to have to finish up now because we are under time pressure. But please do pop back into the chat box, because there's still people talking there. There's still some questions coming in there. So please do connect with people. And Max is a very generous guy in terms of answering questions and things like that. So I do encourage you to reach out to Formunauts. They do some
Max
great
JCon is very active in the chat.
Let's go to Max JCon. But Max JCon, if you've got good things to say, that goes to Max JCon.
Right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Max.
Bye.
Nice to see you. Okay, people, we're going to move on straight away. I do notice that Jim in Ireland has said about the Irish Charities Act and reminded me that in Ireland, look how out of touch I am, Jim. I forgot that the one-off donations are a different thing in Ireland. We can only accept pledges of gifts, so we can only take this monthly things. And then you can see the days of the IFFDR, Jim, have definitely passed me by. Anyway, we're going to get into the next session. Our next session is talking about donor experience, and I love this session. I love talking about donor experience. And are your donors actually going through what you think they're going through? And so this session 5 is your donor experience actually what your donors experience? And so we're going across to Ali Jones from Oxfam America and the first lady of face-to-face fundraising, Elspeth de Ridder, who we all know. So let's head on over to Ali and Elspeth, and I will see you after this session.
Okay, so it's great to be with you all today. I'm Ali Jones, National Face-to-Face Fundraising Manager at Oxfam America, I'll be presenting on what we have been working on to help improve face-to-face donor retention, and Elsbeth de Ridder, Global Face-to-Face Specialist at Save the Children International, will be joining me later on, bringing her expertise to discuss more about the topic. So we'll end this session by welcoming your questions as well, thoughts and ideas, as we work as a global community to strengthen our face-to-face programs. So to start, I'll share a bit of information about my background for those who don't know me. In 2011, I changed my career from being a branch manager in a recruitment company in the health and social care sector to work in the nonprofit sector, starting from the ground up as a face-to-face fundraiser and team leader for Shelter UK in Manchester. Since then, I set up Shelter Scotland's first in-house face-to-face operation and progressed to direct dialogue operations manager with street, door-to-door, two-step and private site campaigns, before moving to the US to join Oxfam America as a face-to-face fundraising specialist. That was back in 2014. I was implementing and managing agency contracts whilst working on a proposal and budget plan in the background to start an in-house operation. So a year later, I set up Oxfam America's in-house operation, becoming national face-to-face fundraising manager. I've been at Oxfam now for about 8 years. And I opened offices in several states and had the opportunity to work with Oxfam International on secondment along the way. So at Oxfam America, I'm responsible for our overall face-to-face strategy, face-to-face acquired donor retention, and overseeing in-house and agency-led programs, and also creating an in-house path for face-to-face career development. We now have an in-house phone operation and a face-to-face retention and engagement team that I manage as well. So I'm passionate about sustainable giving, the donor experience, and testing new innovations to learn what more can be achieved in the face-to-face channel. So excited to be with you all. That's enough about me, so let's get started. So donor journey versus donor experience. I'm going to be taking a deeper dive into how to elevate your donor journey, analyze donor touch points, and work towards a more personalized donor experience. So I'll start off with a question. Why does a well-planned donor journey matter? So you may answer the following: improves engagement with our donors, allows us to adapt our donors on the impact of their giving, helps donor retention, of course, allows us the opportunity to ask for upgrades or emergency one-time donations, helps build a donor pipeline towards legacy gifts in the future, or keeps a donor inspired and helps communicate our gratitude. So all of those things are correct, and I'm sure you can think of a lot more to add to the list as well. But another question: does your donor journey work for face-to-face acquired donors? When starting a face-to-face program, it might be that the face-to-face acquired donors are going straight into the general monthly giving donor journey. So what does that one-size-fits-all donor journey look and feel like currently? Do you think about the type of donor that has spoken to a fundraiser on the street? And does your current donor journey match the energy, passion, and conversation that the donor had with the fundraiser? Just looking at this slide here, this is kind of all part of that, initial kind of training and transactional part of the donor journey. So in a face-to-face fundraising team, we all know that setting retention goals, training the importance of data capture when signing someone up to become a new donor on the street, teaching fundraisers about the importance of storytelling to keep the public, connected with the cause and have a dialogue about the issues, and teaching the importance of leaving the conversation on a positive note so the new donor feels inspired as they walk away in the hope that they obviously will give long term. All of this is part of creating a quality-driven team. So with all of that work and all of that training and knowing obviously face-to-face, why treat face-to-face acquired donors differently? So for those of you that work with fundraising teams already, for those of you that don't, this is just a reminder that the donor journey starts with the fundraiser. The new donor signed up to the passionate fundraiser they spoke with and their experience with them. So why should that moment and all of that training and that experience that the donor had with the face-to-face fundraiser, why should that moment never be seen or heard of again? When I started the face-to-face program about 8 years ago, incrementally, after starting the program, I wanted to chip away and test how having a different or separate donor journey to the general monthly giving sustainer communication stream, how it would elevate the donor experience and see what would help improve retention. It started with the welcome letter, actually, changing the language to use phrasing like, wow, you're amazing, comparing that to the old one, just to kind of mirror the type of energy and then the type of language that was being used out in the field. Then we added donor selfies with the fundraiser quite early on. So creating also an Instagram account, which is our wall of fame, to build a community of like-minded donors and create leave behinds to capture the moment with the fundraiser. Then we did welcome calls within 48 hours of sign up quite early on as well, mentioning who the fundraiser spoke with, asking them about their experience with the fundraiser, why they signed up. And after that, we looked at the donor journey as a whole and added different emails that would go out to face-to-face acquired donors specifically, looking at the best months to send the different content. And then additional to that, we also created a text journey, thinking that the demographic would like to engage through multiple choice questions to keep the fun of the interaction they had on the street. And then birthday cards came in and anniversary cards were added to celebrate with the donor. So here's an example also of our text journey. So part of this was to ask donors to join our socials, giving donors a link to our Oxfam playlist to download music, and extra appreciation along the way. So we had a lot in place already, but when adding a more specific donor journey, creating specific emails as an example to face-to-face acquired donors, outside of the more general the general sustainer donor journey, this is what we found. We kind of set a bit of a goal when looking at this piece. 3-month retention, we wanted to improve it by 3%, the same for 6-month retention, and we wanted to improve our 13-month retention by 5%. We actually found that we improved the 3-month retention by 2%, the 6-month by 4%, and the 13-month retention improved by 13%. So do you know what your donors are fully experiencing? So this is an exercise that we did. This is just a snapshot taken from a Miro board, if you're used to seeing those. And this was an exercise led by our retention manager, and we created a working group. So all the leads of sustainer channels all came together, so mail, online, face-to-face, text, and we put on sticky notes what a sustainer receives by channel. So I knew mine, I knew my journey early on and so on. And we all kind of did the same and put it all on sticky notes by month. So we could see where a donor from a specific channel would be included in another touch point by month and by what communication stream. We then grouped the touch points into categories. So we could see what touch points were designed for cultivation, appeals, taking action through campaigns, and what a donor receives when they become delinquent. So as a working group, we added in links to an example of the copy. So it's actually really interesting to take a deep dive and to see what the copies look like if you're not aware, and when communications are going out across the board, so you can get a real sense of the overall donor experience. And all of this is helpful to also get a sense of what the donor may feel and what opportunities they have to be involved in other areas of our work outside of, the financial commitments that they're making. So this is another snapshot of our Miro board. This is kind of zeroing in more so on that early welcome. So you can see if, for example, by doing this, if a face-to-face acquired donors, if they're getting too many touch points early on or simply not enough. If your face-to-face acquired donors are going into the general sustainer pool, you may not be aware of what goes out when until you actually do an exercise like this, bringing in your leads of all the other sustainer channels. And on doing this analysis, you might be sending too many financial asks, as an example. there may not be enough personalized engagement, or the messaging may not be in keeping with the experience the donor had in the field. So thinking about further analysis, it's important to keep an eye on all touch points and see if the ideas are working. Some ideas may work better than others. Some strategies, as we know, could be seen as best practice, but may not be working for your market specifically. So with that in mind, here's an example of our welcome calling. So we had welcome calling very, very early on in our donor journey. You can see here, and this is just a snapshot of a month, our US contact rate is known actually for having a lower contact rate than other markets, but I do strongly advise it is still worth bringing in engagement in any way you can. That includes welcome calls. They are important. But taking a look at this snapshot for us in our market specifically, we were finding that we were leaving a lot of voicemails and not a lot of people were actually picking up the phone to have that conversation. And over time, we saw this actually decrease to our contact rate being as low as 18%. So as you're going through the analysis, what you could also do as a tool is look at working on case studies. So we picked donors at random to find out if our planned, mapped out journey was in fact that donor's experience. So you can see here we have Alyssa and Bill. Alyssa donates $30 monthly, signed up in April 2022 by a fundraiser in LA. And Bill donates $20 monthly, signed up with a fundraiser in Austin, Texas, and signed up in March 2020. And you can see that their experiences are vastly different from each other. So Alyssa received a welcome call and gave feedback saying that Bailey was super sweet and super helpful, engaged in the text journey, and didn't receive an upgrade ask yet because that was too early in the donor journey, but is still giving. And Bill actually didn't have a number in the system because it was an invalid number that was entered at point of sign up. So didn't receive any calls or text at all. However, he did open 70 emails out of 76 delivered. He gave a total of 17 gifts over time. No upgrades because we were not able to actually contact him through other communication channels. He obviously got tired of emails. He opted out in July 2021 and then cancelled. So this just is a very simple exercise, and it doesn't matter if you have large organization and capacity to a very small organization with limited capacity. You can just take literally like 6 randomized donors and literally just follow their experience to see what you find. So testing and innovating. So I talked earlier about the passion and energy a fundraiser brings, why specific face-to-face journeys can make a difference, but it's about how we keep the momentum, the connection between face-to-face fundraiser and donor for as long as possible. So based off of what you saw earlier with our welcome calls, I took the decision to turn off our welcome calls after doing further analysis, finding something else to test to evoke the memory of why a donor joined the organization and the connection with the fundraiser and the passion of the cause. So I replaced our calls with personalized videos from the face-to-face fundraiser. So these are raw videos recorded by the fundraiser, could be in the street, in the cars, and they're just talking about what they remember from the conversation to help build, a further connection with the donor. So far, we have received great feedback from the donors and receive emoji replies or a full written response, and all of those have been positive so far. So I'm just going to show you a quick example of these personalized videos, and then just a few more slides before we bring Elsbeth through.
Hey Tamara, it's Megan from Oxfam. I wanted to send a huge thank you to you for taking the time to chat with me today. I know your day was extremely difficult, and the fact that you still took the time to help out others is truly remarkable. That conversation that we had really reminds me like why I do this job, and it's to find people like you. So thank you so much. Your donation's going to get to work within the next few days. It can completely change someone's entire world for just a minute with like a meal, or really make the rest of their life the best of their life, because we work really sustainably. And you'll see that in the welcome packet and see all the work that you're helping us to do. I hope you get some genuine time with your family and friends this week, and I hope to run into you again in Ferndale or wherever we're working. But thank you so much from everyone on the Detroit team. You're a rock star, and have a great rest of your day.
So you can see here that we have sent it August 11th, same day. We got this really thought out, feedback from the donor saying to Megan, thank you for acknowledging and validating my thoughts, feelings, and ideas. It was great to meet you and truly connect, and hope you have a great weekend, Megan. So early results from the personalized videos from the fundraiser. We've seen improved engagement rate versus welcome calling, with a 90% play rate and a 95% engagement rate. So far, no early cancellations at the time of donors receiving this type of engagement. We've not had anybody reply back saying, please cancel, or so on. And it's probably not news to anybody that the SMS, the text out, is performing better than sending it out via email. So what we're also looking to do, just as a side note to that, is we're actually looking to further the personalized videos from the fundraiser into the donor journey, including impact updates, sending happy birthday and anniversary messages in a different way directly from the fundraiser, as an example. And it's just so the fundraiser is a constant reminder as to why the donor joined Oxfam, to elevate the donor experience along the way. So here's a list of key takeaways. Ask yourself, does your donor journey work for face-to-face acquired donors? Challenge the norm and seek out ways to continue to improve the donor experience, continuing the energy and passion from the fundraiser where possible, and personalize. No matter what budget or capacity you have, you can always try small incremental changes over time. Keep analyzing your touch points and the timing of them as well. Follow the donor on their journey through your organization and build case studies to make decisions to improve engagement. Build out a donor map with your colleagues from all channels, all sustainer channels, and see what you find. And finally, innovate and test, and equally share in spaces just like this one. So thank you all for listening. Now I'm going to be joined by Elsbeth de Ridder from Save the Children International for a discussion before we turn over to you for any questions. Thanks for joining me to discuss this topic, Elsbeth. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Ali. And hi, everybody. I think a lot of you on the call would know me, but those of you who don't know me, so my name is Elsbeth, and I am Dutch, in case you were wondering what the accent was. I've been working for Save the Children International for the last 6 years as their global face-to-face specialist, overlooking 25 markets where we have face-to-face programs. To give you a little bit of a background about me, I came from a commercial background. So I lived in Australia for 12 years and I worked there as a commercial sales director. And then after many years, I realized that I wanted to do something a bit more useful with my life. So I spent a few months volunteering in Africa, which I think many of us have done, something similar. And then when I came back to Australia, I applied with World Vision, got the role as their national head of face-to-face and ran their in-house program for many years. And then after 12 years, I realized that Australia is really, really far away from Holland and my family. So I decided to come back to Europe. So I took a role with World Vision in the UK, where I then worked as their national face-to-face manager, where I built an in-house program for them, but also worked with an agency-led program. Then I changed to Save the Children UK, and after I worked for them for a couple of years, also with face-to-face agency programs, I then changed to Save the Children International, where, as I mentioned, I worked as the global face-to-face specialist. And now I've been seconded to Save the Children Switzerland as their head of IG. But I still live in Spain because it's a little bit more sunny here. So yeah, a bit complicated. I am Dutch, work in Switzerland, but live in Spain. So there you go.
Thanks, Elspeth. So from all of your experience, what makes the face-to-face channel so special from your perspective?
I think like all face-to-face managers or facers, we could talk about face-to-face for hours about why we and the channel are so amazing. But to sum it up in a few points, I think we can easily say that face-to-face is the only channel that brings in the higher volumes for the IG portfolio and in the mix within IG. But also you can scale up and down very easily with the face-to-face channel. But the most important thing I would say is that it's a people channel. It's people talking to people. It's donors having the first-hand experience with somebody who talks about your NGO, about your cause. And if they talk about it passionately and if they give the right information, obviously we need to get the right staff, we need to train them properly. But if they give out the right information, then this donor will have first-hand experience of why they should be a donor, why they should be part of your organization. Fundraisers are generally very passionate, they're very excited, they're very like high energy people, so it's easy to like them, it's easy to have a good conversation with them. And besides, it's like face-to-face is a huge brand exposure, whether the person that they're talking to are signing up with the facer or not. But I think the biggest thing for face-to-face is that the potential donor is talking basically to a walking and talking website. I mean, what better experience can you get as your first experience?
And just digging a bit more into that, I mean, what do you think makes the difference from a donor experience perspective when they do speak to a face-to-face fundraiser? Can you expand a little bit more on that?
I think from a donor perspective, it's a very interactive, it's a very personal experience. And for many people, whether it's at the door or in a private site or on the street, it's their first experience with your NGO. Or it's their first experience where it's interactive. Like they might have seen you on TV, or they might have heard about you on the radio, seen your ads on digital, wherever they've seen it. But this, for many of them, is the first personal encounter. So this is also why I think it's so important to have the right fundraisers on the street, because this is, or anywhere else in face-to-face, because this is really where your donor journey starts. Like this is their first experience, whether they sign up or not. But specifically if they do sign up. So if it's a good experience or a bad experience, they will talk about it. They will come home and tell their families about it. They will tell their friends about it. So if we can make this a positive, a really good experience, then you've already started building that relationship with your donor that hopefully lasts a long time. So I firmly believe that when we have the positive experience with your donor at the point of sign up, then that will influence. I wouldn't say it's the golden nugget, but I would say it definitely influences your lifetime value and your retention of your donor and the connection that they could feel with your NGO.
Okay, so I spoke about how at Oxfam we made incremental changes to improve the donor journey and just saw the importance of having a different track for face-to-face acquired donors, especially early on in the journey. And how does face-to-face fit, do you think, in the overall marketing retention strategy?
I think because face-to-face is such a people channel, we need to have that in mind when we develop the donor journey as well. So there is no one-size-fits-all for all channels within the IG portfolio or within the fundraising portfolio. And especially face-to-face needs a bit more attention. They need a bit more of a honeymoon time when they become a donor. So, for example, face-to-face is much more a push channel. Like nobody wakes up in the morning, I think, today I'm going to talk to a facer on the street and I'm going to sign up as a donor. It would be very nice if people did that, but I highly doubt that that happens a lot. Well, when people go online, for example, they see an ad, they make the decision to then click on it and to then donate. So it's a different dynamic. So that needs to be reflected in your donor journey. So for example, when a donor signs up with somebody, with a fundraiser on the street or at the door or in a private site, it's like sometimes they really just care for the cause and that's why they sign up. Sometimes they also sign up because the facer is like an amazing person, super engaging, very enthusiastic, and they want to be part of that. And they sign up because they like the facer that much. Or sometimes they might feel a little bit overwhelmed and are maybe a bit shyer and feel like, oh, I really like her, but I don't want to say no. So I'll sign up and then I cancel. So I think that needs to be taken in consideration when you develop a donor journey. So tailor the donor journey towards the type of channel that it is. Have a better or have a more in-depth welcome journey maybe for the donors that come in through face-to-face. And keep in mind that face-to-face is a much more attrition-sensitive channel than probably most of your other channels.
So, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, on paper, I know that face-to-face acquired donor journeys can look too much maybe to those who don't fully understand the channel, as, you know, we add further touch points to keep the donor engaged. And just go back to you saying that the donor needs a honeymoon period. I totally agree with you, but making the donor feel special and trying to bridge the gap from verbal inspiration to what the donor experiences as a next step can be tricky for those who don't have experience in face-to-face. So what are your kind of key must-haves from your perspective for the face-to-face donor journey? And I guess, what do you think the dangers are? Do you think in keeping donors acquired on the street in the general pool for monthly donors?
I think with any face-to-face donor, it's like you need to thank them first of all. So within the first 24 to 48 hours, thank them and tell them that they have done something amazing. This is the time they start evaluating, like, oh, I just signed up with somebody on you know, wherever I met the fundraiser. Did I do the right thing? You know, they might have second thoughts about it. So I think at this point we need to make really sure that we start establishing that relationship beyond like having that initial conversation. So thank them and tell them that they are amazing, we love you, that type of thing. But, you know, just make them feel like they've done an amazing thing. Reconfirm that they've made the right choice, but also reassure that you are the right NGO for them and that their money is wisely spent. So I think if all of that could be included in the first very short time following sign up, that would be hugely important. And how you do that, I think each charity or each NGO should test that for themselves. Like, for example, you mentioned that welcome calls at one point did work and then later maybe not so much. But I think for any NGO, it's like that's where you need to test what works for you or not. So whether it is a welcome call that you send or that you do straight away, or whether you send an impact email like, this is what we do with your money, this is how you help and empower the donor, or maybe explain in more detail where does the money go. As long as you have a proper welcome journey that then goes into the eventual donor journey, that works. So, and the only way you find out if it works or not is test it. Do A/B testing, find out what the reactions are. Are people opening your emails? Are people answering the calls? Are you getting enough phone numbers? What's the conversation like? I think with all of that, test it. But you definitely need to have a good welcome journey in place. And for face-to-face, I would say especially the first 3 months are crucial on both sides. So you need to work with the right fundraisers on site, wherever you get your donors from. And you need to work, if you work with agencies, with the right agencies, but also we as the NGO, we have the responsibility as well to put a good welcome journey in place.
And do you feel like, you know, I'm just thinking of those, you know, coming into face-to-face or thinking about doing face-to-face for the first time, might be using vendors and what have you. So just to kind of ask from a global perspective, what successes have you seen in terms of ways of working to improve face-to-face retention?
I think the main thing that I would say is like, make sure your basics are in place. It's always very easy to go for the new and shiny innovations and go for the new, whatever is out on the market. And then we all go for it. But so often I've seen that the basics are not in place. And with the basics, I mean like integrate your acquisition and your retention departments. So make sure that they both understand what's happening at what point, why it's important to have a good quality fundraiser on the street, or work with a good quality agency, or have a fantastic in-house that you build focused on quality. So you start working on retention on the acquisition side already. But then equally also make sure that your retention team understands what the face-to-face channel is. Like, how does the face-to-face channel operate? Like, what type of retention strategies do you need to have in place? So that's one of the main basics, I would say, like integrate your acquisition and retention and make sure that they talk to each other and understand each other. Then you can look at new ideas, like what's out there. Is it like, for example, a fundraiser who sends a personal video message, or is it you do sponsorship, child sponsorship? Like, is it a child giving you a personal greeting from wherever you've sponsored that child from, or any other ideas? I think all ideas could be good. depending on what you want for your NGO, what you want, I think, how you want to represent yourself. But with all of it, I would say, how much does it cost? What resources do you have to implement it and implement it well? Do you have the basics in place? Is it worth it? For example, with sponsorship, like the feedback we got from the field when I worked from World Vision, for example, is that it was great. We had this idea that we got all these personal messages from children that were being sponsored. But the people in the field then came back with, it's so much additional work that we actually don't have time to do the work that we're here meant to do. So I think you need to keep that in mind as well. So not just from your point of view from retention acquisition, but also what implications does it have further down the line. So I think all of that, look into it. What are your resources? What are your costs? What's the effect? What are the results from it? And see what works best for you, but test it. Again, test it, analyze it, but make sure you have the basics in place.
Absolutely. If nothing to take away from this session, it's definitely test. test. So just a final question from me. How useful do you feel it is to work as a global community to keep chipping away at improving face-to-face retention, sharing ideas and tests for continued learning?
I think it's absolutely invaluable. I used to run practitioner groups when I was in my face-to-face, my global face-to-face role. And I used to run practitioner calls between all my national face-to-face managers. And we would talk about, for example, all the basics of the channel, but also like all the new innovations or the strategies of reducing your retention. But all of it came back to you share with each other. So what happens in Mexico could also work in, for example, Indonesia. You might have to amend it for your market, but the principles are the same. But it stops you as well from reinventing the wheel for 25 different markets. Like you could implement the similar principles, you could adapt it, but you could still use the same principles. But also equally, you can help each other overcome challenges in your market. Like if you have problems, for example, with payment gateways in one market and they found a solution, then that could also work in other markets. To give you an example, like we had the IFL group, like the global face-to-face practitioners from the major international NGOs that we ran for the last 2 years, and it's still there. But especially during COVID, we met once a week, and it was invaluable because we all had the same problem. Like we all had all our markets shut down. Like we were all like, what are we going to do with all our agencies? What are we going to do with all our in-house faces, fundraisers? How are we going to get them on the phone? How are we going to retrain them? Does it work if you put them on a digital chat box, for example? Any of that. And we really helped each other. We went together to, for example, the digital or the technical suppliers, like we need contact-free sign-up methods. Can you help us? So I think together, you get a lot more done. You learn from each other. You can benchmark from each other. You can share best practices, but also you can together raise the quality of the face-to-face fundraising in the industry and work together with your regulators. So I'm not saying we are this monopoly block, but I am saying like if you work together, you're not all coming with the same questions, the same challenges, and the same successes. I think overall, it really increases the overall output.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely. It's a great segue, actually, to turn over and ask everybody if they have any questions or want to share their learnings with regards to face-to-face retention. So over to you. Happy to hear your questions. Thanks, Elsbeth.
Great session, very helpful. And so now what I am going to do in the final run of this conference is I'm going to invite Ali and Elspeth to join us. Hello, Ali and Elspeth. Long time no see.
Hello, how are you?
Been months, years? I don't know. Oh, a couple of hours. Yeah.
I think it's like it's been a whole hour nearly.
Yeah. But I've missed it. So thank you very much for coming back. You guys are good doing the 2 shifts today. We've got a couple questions that are coming in. But I'm really interested in this kind of this donor journey, Ali, that you've been talking about. One of the things in particular that jumped out at me, you said people often feel like it's too much. And I think this is something we see in all areas of fundraising is very often when we think about donor communications, it feels too much to us because we look at it on a piece of paper and it's lots. But often for the donor, it doesn't feel like too much, does it? Because they're not just constantly thinking about us. They've got stuff coming in from all those angles. So what kind of feedback do you get from donors on this donor journey? Like, do people complain about it being too much? What's the vibe?
So that's definitely something that we've tried to strike a balance of, and that's part of doing these exercises that I presented on, was really just looking at not just kind of what we put together for face-to-face quite specifically in that donor journey, but then what else might they've been getting from the general pool as well on top of that. And we weren't always aware that they were getting certain things at certain points on top of our own. So we kind of looked at everything. So on paper, it can look a lot. So we did trial kind of, turning some things off, putting things on. And we actually found that the more that we had out there, the better the engagement and the better the retention than actually stripping back. So other than maybe unsubscribed from certain emails and so on, everything else that we've been doing is it's been good so far.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I do think that's kind of the overall message that I generally get when I look at this stuff is actually it works. When you do this more communication, it actually works. And so rather than that gut feeling, sometimes we have to go by the data, which is very much what you guys are doing. Lizzie asked a question in the chat box. Lizzie said, how have you found fundraisers engage with the personalized comms? Is it something they have all welcomed or just a select few? And in particular, I think we're talking about like the video, the fundraiser recording video. Now I'm thinking back to my days on the street, and after a long day in the rain or whatever, then having to sit down and record a video for these donors. Tell me honestly, like what's the fundraisers' opinions of these?
Great question. And it was definitely something that we thought about, obviously being a face-to-face fundraiser and myself. So yeah, I mean, it's part of their role within their work day. So what happens is that they get assigned through the app, and it's actually updated every 30 minutes. So if you think about those times where, the street might not be as busy and you're waiting for somebody to come down the street, or you're going from one door to another door, those are the kind of moments in time where you can just do a quick video still within your work time, because it's updating after the last sign up that you've just got that day. And then anything, obviously the last 30 minutes of the day, then that's what you do the next morning. We do it, many people do it in a like a morning meeting, 5 minutes everyone to do your videos before we get out there. So because it's a positive reinforcement of the great work that they've done, everybody's really took to it. And one of the other things I would say actually is two things. One is that for those that aren't overly confident in doing a video themselves, it's actually we write a script on a teleprompter. So as you're recording, you can kind of read what the script actually is. Nice. And then we just leave, a note in there to say something personal to that conversation. So then again, that donor's remembering what the conversation was about. So yeah, that's obviously one of the things that I think if anybody, might be worried about, especially from an NGO perspective, in terms of these videos going straight out, we also check them before they go out. So they don't go straight from the fundraiser out to the donor. They actually come into the system, and then we can check them and we can change and edit the captions before they go out to the donor. So
in case something slips through, that's not quite
not on brand.
So not on brand. Very well put. So your tech is actually prompting the fundraiser, saying, "Okay, now record a video for this. Here's the guide of what you say." That's really good. I love that.
How much they donated, the donor name, so they don't need to remember any of that. It's all there for you, and then they can to build the confidence. You can use the script. Yeah,
that's really good. I like that. But as how do you feel about something like that in terms of adding one extra layer for your fundraisers to do, which maybe doesn't feel like fundraising to them? It doesn't feel like it's working them towards their goals or their targets. How would you kind of get your team on board with that?
I think face-to-face fundraisers are usually people that are quite excitable. It's quite easy to get them into things depending on how you bring it to them. So yes, I think you're right. Like some of the shyer ones might feel a bit like, oh, I'm not too sure. But let's face it, a lot of the faces are not that shy. It's like they like talking to people. This is what they do all day. So I think depending on how you sell it into them, I don't think it should be too hard. I think what you do need to pay attention to is that they don't feel like, oh, I didn't do that right, and then record it again and again. Like, for example, my team in Holland asked me a couple of years ago to record a message of myself talking to the fundraisers and thanking them for all the hard work of the year. I think I recorded it like 15 times. I was like, still shit.
4 days later, still recording
Exactly.
it.
So I love the idea. And I think if you put yourself in the donor's shoes, I think the donor would love it. As in, you know, you remember me, I'm not just a number for you, and you made the effort to thank me personally. I think it would be really good for the donor. But like Ali is saying, I think it's good to monitor as well, like how much time is spent on it. Are we spending a lot of money on it? And is it taking time away from the fundraiser actually talking to people? But I think you can manage that. So overall, I love the idea.
I mean, the other thing I want to ask, and this is something that maybe we don't say out loud a lot because it's kind of an awkward thing, but how much do face-to-faces care about retention? You know, how do you get them really to care about? And I don't mean this against any face-to-faces, but when you're on the street and you're having a terrible day and someone's told you to F off and it's bad weather and stuff, you know, you're just trying to get sign-ups in the end. And so this thought of like, will this person be here a year later? You can see why face-to-faces don't prioritize it. So, I mean, is this an ongoing struggle we're always going to have, or do you feel that you guys are making progress in getting your face-to-faces to really care about long-term retention?
Are you asking me or Ali?
I'm asking both of you, and you seem like you have a very confident answer, so we'll start with you.
I do. I think that comes down to us as face-to-face managers. I think that comes down to, especially when you have an in-house program or you work with an agency, like, what are you rewarding your fundraisers on? Is it on signups, or is it on quality signups and those donors that actually make a first payment, for example, or that are of a certain age, or whatever other quality KPIs you put in place? So I think what you incentivize them on, what you ask from them is what you get. If you ask for signups, you're going to get signups. If you ask for quality signups and quality KPIs and reward that, then you'll get that. But I totally lost my train of thought there. I was going to say something very intelligent.
We can come back to you if Ali has something to interject while you get your brain together. I think you have cracked open the wine, haven't you? Already?
Yes. No, not yet. Maybe I should have.
Well, I was just going to agree with Elsbeth, really, because our bonus and incentives, that's all kind of tied to retention. So depending on, it's kind of banked, and then you get your bonus based off of the percentage, like the 2% that you get on the retention side. So again, like, just to echo what Elsbeth said, it is kind of how maybe it's managed to begin with, but then also look at the vendor contract side as well. You know, if you have clawbacks in the contract, there's definitely going to be more of a push to kind of ensure that those are actually giving more longer term, so they're not having to get the donors again at the end of the contract due to clawbacks within that. So I think more and more it's more about how we manage the program, how we manage our agencies or in-house teams, in order to get that buy-in from the fundraiser that retention is everything. With everything that we do, we need volume and retention at the same time.
I'm really
I was going to say, Simon.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll be very quick. It's like if you just ask for the fundraisers to bring in donors and you don't tell them why you want a certain quality KPI, it's like, how are they meant to know what you're going to do with it? So what I found is, like, if you train fundraisers, but you show them the results, like you show them the under 25, so you show them the quick wins, you know, the ones that sign up really easily, and you show them the results of like the income or the cost that you spend on it, like over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and 5 years, the difference is huge. Yeah. But if they don't know that, we cannot expect them to think about that when they talk to a donor. So if you show them the effect of an older donor on the income for the charity, and in our case for children, and you show it to them as like, you can do so much more with the work that you do to talk to the right people, to have the right dialogue on the street or wherever. It's like, this is how much income you can get if you put in that little bit more effort or talk to a different donor with the same efforts. Then this is what difference it makes to us. So if you show that to the fundraiser, they actually get it. But you need to make them understand instead of just asking for things without telling them why you're asking for it.
And I think that's a good message for any form of management, isn't it? Rather than like ordering someone to do it, it's like you bring them on that fundraiser journey we've talked about a couple of times. Now, a couple quick fire questions, and then I am going to have to get rid of you two because we're running out of time. F2F Fin, I don't know who F2F Fin is. But just out of curiosity, do either of you have any knowledge of this off the top of your head? People, the age of donors and how they engage with these thank you videos, is it across the board people are engaging with them? Or I feel like older people would be really into this, getting these video messages.
Yeah, it's not been tied down to age at all. We've literally got that 95% engagement that I shared. That is the whole 9 yards, and we've got an average age of around 47. So yeah, it's good. Everybody.
That's cool. The difference is, I suppose, older people start sending you emojis back, sending you memes from 2 months ago and stuff like that. But no, that's me being ageist. I'm sorry about that. And then just a final question from Jim. Has the turnover in staff created difficulty in continuing personalization? And I know what he means by this, you know, in terms of, obviously, we have a high staff turnover in many of our face-to-face programs. When you're trying to build that longer relationship with the donor, if they're not there a week later, does it make sense to do this? How do you tackle things like that? Or do you even consider that?
Yeah, so that's why we changed it to doing the videos on the day of, because we know that, especially if somebody's in training, they may be out there, get a donor on the first day, but then decide not to come back into work the following day. So we definitely wanted to do it on the day, the latest the following morning. And we do have canned videos. So one of my direct reports, Juanita, she recorded a canned video. So if all else fails, we have at least a video to send, and we can mention the fundraiser and their experience. But yeah, that's how we're tackling that, is we're just doing it on the day it happens. And then we're literally sending it out within 3 days to the donor. And we're starting to introduce now, getting everybody just to say happy birthday, and we can hold all of those. So then when it is somebody's birthday, we can send it from the canvasser, and they doesn't matter if they're still there or not at that point.
I like that. Firstly, I like the idea that there's someone whose potentially full-time job is sending thank you videos. I think I want that job. No, I think I think this is really interesting. This is something that's really caught my eye, and I'd love to see more of it in practice. And I hope maybe you'll come back next year and kind of share a bit more of the longer term results and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure.
It's really an interesting route you're going down. And I thank both of you very much for being so open and sharing stuff as you always do. It really, really helps the sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us again.
Thank you. Right, you are off duty now that you've done your 2 conferences in a day. So I'm going to kick you both off. So goodbye. Take care.
See you. Bye.
We are in the final stretch here, so I have a couple of little things to say before I bid you adieu and before I hand you over to Gunther to close. But first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone for being so much fun in the chat box. Thanks for so many great questions, and of course, thank you to all of the sponsors, Formunauts and Ever Giving as the premium sponsors, and then all of the sponsors and partners for being so supportive. I believe these face-to-face summits are so important, and honestly, they can't happen without the support of people like these sponsors for making it happen. And a huge well done, and thank you to the Fundraising Association in Austria who've put this on. So well done to Stefan and everyone behind the scenes who's made this happen. Really, really great stuff. We are going to, or they are going to give a free ticket for the next year's face-to-face conference. And the only way you can be eligible for that is leaving feedback. But regardless, whether you want the ticket or not, leave the feedback. Stefan has put a link in the chat a few times throughout the day. Feedback is really, really important so that the next time one of these happens, it can be better. You can put feedback, say, never use Simon again, never let Simon host this again, and I'm sure they'll take that on board. But also for the actual physical conference next year, any feedback you give will be really great in building that up. And then what's left for me to say before I hand you over is to see you again next year. And we may or may not have a virtual one, regardless of what happens with the face-to-face one. But we will definitely, I know I say this every year, but next year is definitely the one, face-to-face, the first international face-to-face fundraising congress in Vienna, Austria. Mark it in your diary now, May 30th to June 1st, 2023. Book your tickets, go to f2f-fundraising.com, or at the very least, sign up to the mailing list so that you do not miss anything about this, because this is going to be awesome getting all these face-to-faces around the world together for the first time. It's going to be so much fun, and obviously Vienna is such a lovely place to visit. So that is all from me. And so, as I said, there is about to be a raffle for this final ticket, and Gunther, the CEO of the Austrian Fundraising Association, is going to handle that. So I am going to hand you over now to Gunther and Max, and I'm going to say good evening to you all. Have a lovely day, stay safe, and I hope to cross your paths, if not next year at the Face-to-Face conference, beforehand. But at the very least, I'll see you at the conference next year. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, Max. Did you enjoy the sessions?
Hi, Günther. Yes, very much. It was a great summit again.
Yeah, I think it's like exciting, isn't it? To see all these best practices around the world, these great innovations we saw today. And I think we can learn a lot about how to develop face-to-face fundraising in the future, isn't it?
Totally. And I think it's a great testament to the fact that there is so much to learn. There's so much expertise out there, as we've seen on the various panels, discussions. And I think it's just scratching the surface of how much knowledge is out there and how much people want to share this knowledge. And so I'm really looking forward, obviously, to not only doing this online, but yeah, today was a great kickoff again. Great reminder of why this is so important.
Yeah, and to remind also our guests today, we have already 1 or 2 global face-to-face summits, so you can also see what the issues were around in both summits. But we have to make also an announcement today, isn't it?
Exactly. So there is exciting news to share. So obviously this was great. Online summits are amazing, but luckily there is something even better on the horizon. And so we're very happy to announce that there will be again another attempt to doing the real face-to-face Congress in Vienna. And I'm very excited because I think when this was tried to set up for the first time, obviously then COVID happened, and it would have been great back then. But I think through COVID, we all grew together even more as a community. And this will be an amazing event next year.
And it will be in June next year. And I think we have something for all the people who give our feedback to this today's event. Would you like to say more about that, what you can offer all our participants today?
So yes, there's going to be a feedback survey. I think it's going to be in the chat below. And so when you click on that link, you can make the survey, because we want to find out what did you like about obviously the summit today, but also looking forward to next year. What is it that you want to see there? Are you interested in attending the Congress next year? And this is going to be on that link, so please press there and give us your feedback and what you're looking forward to seeing on the Congress next year. And I think there is one very special thing that we're going to give away, if I'm not mistaken, Günther. So I think there is a free ticket that will be given away, one of the many tickets that you can all still buy. And I need something from you, Günther, now. I think there is...
What do you need from me?
Yes, nothing crazy this time. The only thing I need is a number between 1 and 650. By the way, 650 is the number of participants that were on the summit today. And why we need this is because of all participants who fill in the survey and give us their feedback. There will be 1 ticket for the real conference given away for free. So, Günther, do you want to be our magic number person?
Okay. Because I don't have a head to pull around the number, but let's say 199. What do you say about that?
199 is very good. That's very good number. Good choice. So yeah, Mr. or Mrs. 199, congratulations. You just won a ticket. And so we're looking forward to seeing you at the reconvention, the meeting in person convention, the face-to-face convention next year. Make sure you fill in the survey for your chance to win. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you next year.
So thank you so much for joining us today in this global face-to-face online summit. And hopefully we see us again in next year here in Vienna for the first international face-to-face congress in person. Join us next year.